5 minutes and start. And if 150 is 100, 147 something.
Okay.
Just give 5 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, good morning to one and all present for the session, and welcome to the third week of our PCP classes. And now we are going to take care of the research methodology. We are going to discuss about the third unit, research methodology, which is a common paper to all. And today we are going to take up the third unit. This third unit includes mainly statistics, and of course the econometrics part will also be there. So this third, actually this third and fourth units, it includes all analysis part, because in the first unit we discussed about what is research, what are the different types of research instruments and all those things. In the second unit we discussed about data collection instruments and data collection part. Now it is the time to go for analysis of the report. So this analysis of the data we will be learning in third and fourth unit, and reporting of the data or report preparation, that we will be discussing in the fifth unit. Right. So in this unit, in this third unit, which is part and parcel of analysis, includes the theory of probability, conditional probability, statistical analysis, in this Poisson distribution, binomial distribution, normal distribution, and how to test the hypothesis. So what is hypothesis and all we discussed in the second unit already. So in this hypothesis test also, one sample test, two sample test, chi-square test. So these things, standard deviation, coefficient of variations, these things that we are going to discuss. As I told you, the first unit and second unit we discussed about the data collection instruments and the data collection also. Now it is the time to us to discuss about the processing the data. Okay. So in processing of the data, the first activity that we have to do is editing. Editing means, say, what is not up to the mark or what is not required, those things that we will be eliminating. This editing is the first step in the data processing. After collecting the data, we have to go through the data collection instruments. And in that instruments, before preparation of the master tables, or while at the time of preparation of master tables also, we can do this editing activity. So editing is the process of examining the data collected through the questionnaires or schedules to detect errors and omissions. So partly filled questionnaires, unfilled questionnaires, these things that we have to eliminate, and to see that they are corrected and the schedules are ready for tabulation. Because now onwards, once this editing is over, then we will go for preparation of master tables. Master tables means all the data we will be recording in one big table. From that table or tables, we will be taking up or picking up the data, required data for further processing. So mainly two types of editing are there. One is field editing and the another one is central editing. And field editing means why at the time of collecting the data itself, they will edit the data and record it. And this central editing means once because in data collection, not only the researcher, very many people will also be involved in the data collection. So instead of giving editing activity to their will and wish, sometimes we may go for central editing. That means whatever the respondents will tell, just the data collectors will record it without any editing, and they will submit it to the researcher, and the researcher as a whole, central editing will take place. That means at one place or at one moment, all the questionnaires will be examined before going for master tables. Then this collected data has to be classified, or classification of data. See, this classification of data means it is categorization or dividing the data into different groups. So this is statistical data under various understandable homogeneous groups for the purpose of convenient interpretation. Because comparison should be between comparables, So all homogeneous things should be at one place. That means data relevant to one question or data relevant to one variable. Like that, it should be homogeneous groups. Homogeneous groups should be there. And in that way, we need to classify the data. And the classification become necessary when there is a diversity in the data collected for meaningless for meaningful presentation and analysis. Because sometimes as it is, if you examine the questionnaire, it looks like meaningless, but meaningful questions are there. After that, we will decode and we will or decode or encode the questions, and then we will record the data. So by that, though sometimes it looks like while collecting the data, it is meaningless. Out of which we can draw the meaningful analysis. So for that purpose, we need to make the data homogeneous. A good classification should have the characteristics of clarity, homogeneity, equality of scale, purposefulness, and accuracy. So these are the characteristics of a good data, classified data. So clarity should be there, homogeneity, that relevance, homogeneity or relevance, equality of scale, and purposefulness and accuracy. These we need to ensure while classifying the data. That means while dividing the collected data. Then coding the data. Coding is the process of operation by which responses are organized into classes or categories. So this is actually the collected data will be posting to the relevant tables. So in other words, coding involves two important operations. That is deciding the categories to be used and allocating individual answers to them. So in this way, the coding will go, and once it is coded, then tabulation will take place. So tabulation is this tabulation or master tables are going to be the base for all the data analysis. Okay. So this tabulation is the process of summarizing raw data and displaying it in compact form for further analysis. So therefore, preparing tables is a very important step. And these tables may be prepared based on the questionnaire, based on the questions. The tables, different types of tables we can prepare. The tables may be divided into frequency tables, response tables, contingency tables, univariate tables, bivariate tables, statistical tables, and time series tables. So these are the various types of tabulations. And we can create data diagrams also. It's a data that whatever data we collected, the same thing can be represented in form of charts and graphs. Okay. So this charts means bar charts that will be representing the data through with the help of this bar charts, and graphs like pie diagrams and all will be graphs, graph frequency. Either directly we can show like a graph, or we can show like a pie chart and all under charts like bar charts, pie charts, or through graphs. We can represent the collected data not only through tables but also through diagrams, that is charts and graphs also we can make use. So if we go to the pure data analysis, the purpose of analysis is to summarize and organize the collected data to solve whatever social or economic or development problems we have taken up, or to test the hypothesis whatever we stated. This analysis is a must. So to test the hypothesis, or to overcome, to find out solution to the problem, or to find out ways and means for further development, it is a must to analyze the collected data. So the objectives of analysis is simplification and summarization, comparison, forecasting, and policy formulation. So with these objectives, our data will be processed, and for processing mainly will be depending upon the statistics. So now let us try to examine what is this statistics and all. So when we come to the introduction, see actually this paper is, my dear students, this paper is for regular students. This is two parts. One part is research methodology, that pure theory part, and another part is quantitative techniques. Quantitative techniques or quantitative analysis. So those two itself, they themselves independently bigger papers, they two were combined here because we cannot go beyond 5 papers, and at the same time, the student must be aware of all the tools and techniques. So with that intention only, these two were merged, appropriately merged, and that too in a brief, in very lesser time, we have to go through that. So that is why we are just briefing about those things. So as a part of data analysis, we have to make use of this statistics and of course econometrics also. So first we will use this statistics, simple analysis. So statistics simply means numerical data and is a field of mathematics that generally deals with collection of data, tabulation and interpretation of numerical data. So this statistics through analysis, it will help us to interpret the data, whatever data, numerical data we have collected, codified and tabulated. So it is actually a form of mathematical analysis that uses different quantitative models to produce a set of experimental data. And the statistics deals with how data can be used to solve complex problems. So some people consider statistics to be a distinct mathematical science rather than a branch of mathematics. So that we need not worry whether it is a separate branch of mathematics or part of mathematics. We need not worry. But what we should understand is statistics is that thing which is widely used and helpful in collection of data, tabulation and interpretation of the quantitative data. That is what we are collecting. So statistics makes work easy, simple, and provides a clear and clean picture of what you do on a regular basis. So the basic terminology we use in statistics is population and sample. Population represents the total. Sample represents a small group which represents the total or population. So population, it is actually a collection of set of individuals or objects or events which properties are to be analyzed. Sample, it is the subset of a population. Of course, already we discussed about the sample, different methods of sample, probability sampling, non-probability sampling, all those things in our second unit. And coming to the probability in this statistics, first we will be using the probability very widely because we need to understand what is the possibility for any particular activity. So that is why we will be widely using the probability in this statistical analysis. So the theory of probability has been developed in the 17th century, and it has got its origin from games, tossing coins, throwing dice like that. And in 1954, Antony Gornband had taken an initiation and interest for this area. And 1954 onwards, this becomes so popularized, and it is being widely used for this data analysis. So probability is the branch of mathematics concerning numerical descriptions of how likely an event is to occur, or how likely it is that a proposition is true. So generally, not generally, it is a must. Probability is an event which is being indicated in between 0 and 1. So 0 is for not at all possible, and 1 represents the definiteness of it. Say for example, if you take up the statement, sky will fall down. Sky will fall down. So there is no question of sky getting fall down. That is why the probability that the sky will fall is 0.00. An individual now living will someday die because death and births are common. We are not saying that next day, maybe after 100 years or 150 years, an individual who is alive today will die after 100 years or 150 years. The probability is definite, 1. Okay. So for those things which is not at all possible, the probability will be 0. And those things for which the possibility of happening is 100%, it will be represented with 1. Okay. So probability of a given event is defined as the expected frequency of occurrence of the event among events of a like sort. This is defined by Garrett. So let us clarify if you want further clarification of probability. Of course, your mathematics students are there. Then for them it may be boring, but at the same time we need to consider all other branches also who will be coming from other backgrounds. So if you take a pack of cards, there will be 4 varieties of cards. Okay, say like a spade, diamond, like that. 4 types of cards will be there. There are 4 varieties of cards in a pack, and if these cards will be shuffled randomly, the probability of drawing a spade is 13 by 52. That means 13 cards will be there. Spade cards, 13 cards will be there, and total cards are 52. So that is why the probability is 1 by 4. That means 4 times if the cards are drawn, 1 time there is probability that a spade card will come. Even more than that also it may come. If an unbiased coin is biased, the probability of occurrence of head is 1 by 2. Why? Because if you take up the coin, for coin only 2 sides will be there. One side is head. So that is why out of 2 possibilities, 1 possibility is head. That is why the probability of getting a head when a coin is tossed, it is 1 by 2. So with by understanding these examples, we can derive the formula for probability. Probability is equal to desired outcome divided by total number of outcomes. Desired outcome by total number of outcomes. See, if you examine that cards, in that cards, total outcomes may be 52. 52 cards are there. So 52 is the total outcomes. But desired outcome is spade. So spade 13 cards will be there, which belongs to spade. Okay, diamond cards 13, 14 cards 13, spade cards 13, like that 13, 13, 13, 4 13s will be there. So total is 52. Desired is any spade is okay for us. We are not saying that spade as, spade 2, spade 5, like that. We are not specifying. So that is why only we are specifying only that mark spade 13 cards will be there. So total possibility is 52, spade is 13, 13 by 52, which will be 1 by 4, like that. So we can understand that probability equal to desired outcomes divided by total number of outcomes. So thus a probability is a number or a ratio which ranges from 0 to 1. If it is represented in 0 to 1, it conveys the possibility. So 0 for an event which cannot occur and 1 for an event certain to occur. Then in this conditional probability, another conditional probability is also there. That means if this happens, the second event follows or not, like that. So conditional probability. The first one what we discussed is the general probability or open probability. Conditional probability is known as the possibility of an event or outcome happening based on the existence of a previous event or outcome. It is calculated by multiplying the probability of the preceding event by the renewed probability of the succeeding or conditional event. So here the probability for both will be calculated, probability for general occurrence and probability for a specific thing, that conditional thing will be calculated, and we will multiply with that. Say for example, if you take that card and all, first we said spade. Spade is 13 by 52. That is 1 by 4. And if you say that spade, okay, spade king, right? So spade king will be only 1 in that. Okay, or if the king comes, if it becomes spade, means if the king itself, 4 different kings will be there in that 52 cards, and in that again spade means it will be only 1. So we will calculate the possibility for king and the possibility for spade, and we will multiply both in order to get this conditional probability answer. So here the concept of independent event and dependent event occurs. Imagine a student who takes leave from school twice a week, excluding Sunday. In a week, a student is taking 2 days leave other than Sunday. That means in remaining 6 days. If it is known that he will be absent from school on Tuesday, then what are the chances that he will also take a leave on Saturday in the same week? So it is observed that in problems where the occurrence of one event affects the happening of the following event, these cases of probability are known as conditional probability. That means if one other student takes leave on Tuesday, what is the possibility for him to take another day leave on Saturday or on Friday? So this two events, it has to happen simultaneously. Then it comes under conditional probability. So then we will move to statistical analysis. Statistical analysis is the science of collecting, exploring, and presenting large amounts of data to discover underlying patterns and trends. So while organizations have lots of options on what to do with their big data, statistical analysis is a way for it to be examined as a whole and broken down into individual samples. So this statistical analysis is mainly in order to draw a meaningful conclusion or underlying pattern in the collected data which can be observed. So if we go to the definition part of this statistical analysis, statistics is the process of collecting and analyzing data to identify patterns and trends. It is a method of using numbers to try to remove any bias when reviewing information. It can also be thought of as a scientific tool that can inform decision making. So statistical analysis examines every single data sample in a population rather than a cross-sectional representation of sample as less sophisticated methods do. So in this statistical analysis, through this statistical analysis, though we collect through samples, the possibility of analyzing the total population is very high when we adopt the sophisticated statistical analysis techniques. And of course, nowadays that SPS has also come to the rescue of researchers that we will be discussing in the 5th unit. So there are 5 steps of this statistical process or statistical analysis. So describe the nature of the data to be analyzed, explore the relation of the data to the underlying population, and create a model to summarize the understanding of how the data relates to the underlying population, prove the validity of the model, and employ predictive analytics to anticipate future trends. Okay, these 5 steps we need to follow for statistical process or statistical analysis. And the 2 types of statistical analysis is descriptive statistics and inferential statistics. Descriptive statistical analysis and inferential statistical analysis. This inferential statistical analysis also known as modeling. So now let us see what we mean by descriptive statistical analysis and inferential statistical analysis. Coming to descriptive statistical analysis, descriptive statistics intended to describe a big hunk of data with a summary of charts and tables. So very big data that what we collect that we can represent with simple numerical data or tables or with the help of diagrams or charts we will represent to represent the trend or so. Right. So this charts, graphs and tables are primary components to visualize the raw data. Descriptive statistics are simply a way to describe the data and are not used to make conclusions. If you want to draw conclusions, you have to go for inferential statistics. So descriptive statistics therefore enables us to present the data in a more meaningful way, which allows simpler interpretation of the data. That means out of the observation of the trend or so, you can draw some conclusions. That is why by using this descriptive statistics tables and all, we represent the data, collected data. And this descriptive statistical analysis includes mode, median, mean, mode, median, range, variance, and standard deviation. So this can be examined with the help of a simple bar diagram like thing. So total this is statistical analysis. So we can go for descriptive and inferential. Again in descriptive, measure of central tendency, measure of variability. In measure of tendency, central tendency, we will calculate mean, mode, and median. In measure of variability, range, variance, and dispersion will be calculated. So those things also explained here. So if you take up the descriptive statistics first, in this descriptive statistics, measure of central tendency. What is measure of central tendency? Measure of central tendency is also known as summary statistics, that is used to represent the center point or a particular value of a data set or sample set. So there are three common measures of central tendency, that is mean, mode, and median. And coming to measure of variability is also known as measure of dispersion and used to describe variability in a sample. So the three variability measures that we use here are range, variance, and dispersion. So now let us try to see what are these calculations or models in a brief way. So first, mean. So it is measure of average of all values in a sample test. Suppose three cars were given: Swift, Verna, Santro. Swift mileage is 21.3 kilometers per liter. Verna is 20.8 kilometers per liter. Santro is 19 kilometers per liter. So if we have to represent together, if we have to represent this, we have to average. We have to average means all the three, sum of all the terms, that is 21.3 of Swift, 20.8 of Verna, and 19 kilometers of Santro. So totally we have to sum up these things, right? And then we have to divide it by 3. Then it comes to average comes to 20.366 kilometers. So 20.36 or 20.37 kilometers per liter is the average of a car mileage. Okay, so that means Sandro is giving 19, Swift is giving 21, and Verna is giving 20.8. On an average, if you take up the average car, because separately we cannot represent 1001 cars are there, we cannot represent. So to generalize and represent the mileage of a car per kilometers per liter, then we can represent with mean, that is 20.366. So it may be say 5% plus or minus, it may be there. So again, that depends upon whether it is 5% plus or 5% minus, depends upon again dispersion tables, that also we will see through. Mean means totally it is averaging. So sum of all the terms divided by total number of terms, that gives us average, which is represented by mean. Then the second one is median. It is a measure of central value of a sample test in this data. In this data set is ordered from lowest to highest value and then finds exact middle. So here 4 cars were given. I-20 gives 15 kilometers per liter. Santro gives 19 kilometers per liter. Verna gives 20.8 kilometers per liter. Swift gives 21.3 kilometers per liter. Okay, so that cylinders and all not necessary for this analysis. So that data is collected for some other purpose. Okay. So here, while calculating median, what you have to do is, first of all, you have to take up all the numbers and in a chronological order, right from highest value to lowest value, you have to write down, and exactly middle figures you have to take. So in this, out of 4, you have to take up the middle one, means it should be a combination of 2 and 3, because if you take up 2, other side it will be only 1, this side it will be 2. And if you take up the third one, the above side it will be 2 and below it will be only 1. So that's why you have to take up 2 and 3. If only 3 are there, suppose if you assume I-20 is not there, then the median will be Verna, that is 20.8. But here 4 variables are there. When 4 things are there, then second and third you will take and you will get it. You will take it as average. So 15 plus 19 plus 20.8 plus 21.3. And in between the middle 2 are there, 19 and 20.8 divided by 2, that comes to 3. It is 20 plus 19, 39.8. It comes to 17.5. Answer is wrongly shown. Then coming to mode. So the mode is, it is value most frequently arrived in a sample test. The value repeated most of time in central set is actually mode. That means the total numerical data will be tabulated. So which one is repeatedly coming or more times, number of times repeated, then that will be mode. So if you observe here the given numbers 2, 3, 4, 2, 4, 6, 4, 7, 7, 4, 2, 4. So here 4 repeated many times, highest number of times. So that is why mode will be 4. So that is how, in brief, how to calculate mean, median, and mode. And now this is dispersion. So here we calculate range, variance, and dispersion we calculate. So coming to range, it is a given measure of how to spread apart values in sample set or order data set. So range means maximum value minus minimum value, that gives you the range. Then variance, it is simply describes how much a random variable differs from expected value, and it is also computed as a square of deviation. So that S square equal to that formula is given. And dispersion. So dispersion, that is by this data is also how to go, how the measure of dispersion, a set of data from the mean, whatever mean, from mean how much it is deviated, that will tell you. So that is also represented by the formula. So those are all descriptive statistics, that is to represent what the data diagrammatically or with the numericals or with the charts and figures. This another one is inferential statistics, other part. So with the help of which you can draw the conclusion. Just 1 second. The inferential statistics. This actually this inferential statistics are the statistics which are being used for hypothesis testing or to draw a meaningful conclusion, because it gives outrightly the data, so that whatever hypothesis we are testing is approved or not approved, or rejected, or there is no evidence to reject, like that. A standardized in a format, it will give like answer. So it will tell whether whatever hypothesis we are assuming is right or wrong. So the inferential statistics makes inference and prediction about inferential statistics makes inference and prediction about population based on a sample of data taken from population. So it generalizes a large data set and applies probabilities to draw a conclusion. So it is simply used for explaining meaning of descriptive statistics. And this inferential statistics is mainly related to and associated with hypothesis testing. So what is this hypothesis testing means? Hypothesis testing is a type of inferential procedure that takes help of sample data to evaluate and assess credibility of hypothesis about a population. So whatever hypothesis we have drawn, whether it be a null hypothesis or alternative hypothesis, whether it is accepted or rejected, or there is evidence for accepting or not, so or how strong the relationships are, so that we can understand by calculating this inferential statistics. So the conclusions of a statistical inferences are a statistical proposition. Some common forms of statistical propositions includes estimates, confidence interval, credible intervals. So all these things are included. Descriptive statistics are used to describe the data, while inferential statistics are used to infer conclusions and hypotheses about the same information. So just the descriptive statistics tells or shows how the data is spread, and this inferential statistics in a pinpoint way, it will tell whether whatever hypothesis we want to test, it can be accepted or not. Then if you go through the inferential statistics steps, obtain and start with a theory, generate a research hypothesis, operationalize or use variables, identify or find out population to which we can apply study material, generate or form a null hypothesis for this population, collect and gather sample of children from population, then perform all tests of statistics to clarify if obtained characteristics of sample are sufficiently different from what we would be expected under null hypothesis. And then there are so many types of inferential statistical tests, which includes one sample test or one sample hypothesis test, confidence interval, contingency tables or chi-square tests, t-tests or ANOVA, Pearson correlation, bivariate regression, multivariate regression. So these are all the different tests that we can use. Then coming to the probability distribution, that is binomial distribution, Poisson distribution and normal distribution. So here the distribution can be in discrete theoretical distribution, and second one is continuous theoretical probability distribution. So discrete distribution includes binomial distribution and Poisson distribution. Continuous distribution includes normal distribution. So coming to binomial distribution, the binomial distribution is the discrete probability distribution that gives only two possible results in an experiment, either success or failure. So the binomial distribution will tell definitely either success or failure. Say for example, if we toss a coin, there could be only two possibility outcomes, head or tail. And if any test is taken, then there could be only two results, either pass or fail, or if we toss a coin, head or tail. Okay, this distribution is also called binomial probability distribution. So only two options will be there, either yes or no, success or failure, like coin, head or toss, like that it will be there. So there are two parameters, n and p, used here in a binomial distribution. The variable n states the number of times the experiment runs, and the variable p tells the probability of any one outcome. Suppose a die is thrown randomly 10 times, then the probability of getting 2 for any one throw is 1/6. So when you throw the dice 10 times, you have a binomial distribution of n equal to 10 and p equal to 1/6. So if a coin is, now let us take an example and see, if a coin is tossed 5 times, find the probability of exactly 2 heads, at least 4 heads. Two problems we can solve. So to find out exactly 2 heads, the repeated tossing of the coin is an example of Bernoulli trial. That is according to the problem. Number of trials n equal to 5. 5 times we are tossing. Probability of head is 1/2 because there are only 2 options, head or tail. So n is 5, p is 1/2. For exactly 2 heads, that means x should be 2. That is p into x, p multiplied by x equal to 2. So when you calculate, it will be 5/16. The probability of getting 2 heads, because for getting 1 head is calculated 1/2, and for 5 times when we calculate, it will, when we calculate with the p and n, that is number of times p, and probability of 1 head is 1/2, and x and p, that we substitute your values in the equation, then the possibility of getting 2 heads, 2 times heads, is 5/16. So for at least 4 heads, if we calculate in the same way, then we will get 3/16 is going to be the answer for that. So in that way, the probabilities we can calculate binomial. That's only 2 possibilities. Poisson distribution. Next one is Poisson distribution. So Poisson distribution is a probability distribution that is used to show how many times an event is likely to occur over a specified period. So the Poisson is a discrete distribution. That is, you can list the possibilities like 0, 1, 2, 1 time possibility, 2 time possibility, 3 time possibility, like that. It is not only 2. It is a series will be there. So here are some random variables that might follow a Poisson distribution. The number of orders your firm receives tomorrow. The number of people who apply for a job tomorrow to your human resources division. The number of defects in a finished product tomorrow in your production. So based on past, we can project for the future. So there are three important facts about a Poisson distribution. These facts taken together tell you how to find probabilities for a Poisson distribution when you know only its mean. So that means mean already you calculated earlier how many applications on an average you are getting per day to your HR division for want of employment, how many defects you are producing in your production. So like that already you have that mean. From that mean, the possibility of happening certain things can be calculated with the help of Poisson distribution. So the standard deviation is always equal to the square root of the mean. Okay. So the exact probability that a Poisson random is calculated with the formula. So if the mean is large, then the Poisson distribution is approximately normal. Otherwise, it is going to get a different answer. So the example of Poisson distribution we can see in this PPT. So the telephone calls arrive at an exchange according to the Poisson process at a rate. Based on this, we need to calculate the probability that exactly 2 calls will come for first 5 minutes of the hour. So for that, if we calculate the approximately that calculation, how to calculate and all these things, it was explained in this PPT. Then coming to normal distribution data is systematically distributed with no skew. When plotted on a graph, the data follows a bell shape. So that is from down it will go up and again it will come down. That is so if from down, if you see, it looks like a bell shape, and the values will be clustering around a central region and tapering off. It will further away from the center. So normal distributions are also called Gaussian distributions or bell curves because of their shape. So normal distribution have key characteristics that are easy to spot in graphs. So the mean, median, and mode are exactly the same for normal distribution. The distribution is symmetric about the mean. Half the values fall below the mean and half above the mean. The distribution can be described by two values, that is the mean and standard deviation. So all kinds of variables in natural and social sciences are approximately normally distributed. So height, birth weight, reading ability, job satisfaction of employees, SAT scores of the students are just few examples of such variables. So because normally distributed variables are so common, many statistical tests are designed for normally distributed populations. Okay. So for example, if you take height benchmarking will be 6. So people will be say for male 6. It is not that everybody will be 6. So 6 inches this side, 5.6. Extreme side, it may be 6.6. Okay, but normally around 6, 5.10, 5.8, 5.9, like that. Like that, birth weight. Birth weight normally babies will be 3.5 to 4 kg. We are talking about normal baby. 9 months, after 9 months, if a birth takes place, normally 3.5 to 4 kg. Some babies may be 2 kg, some baby may be because of nutritious growth and all, 5 kg may also be there sometimes. But these are all extreme cases. What we are talking is about the mean, normally distributed things. So with the help of which we can arrive at the standard deviation. And the standard normal distribution, also called Z distribution, is a special normal distribution where the mean is 0 and standard deviation is 1. So every normal distribution is a version of the standard normal distribution. So we need to calculate the Z scores also before going for hypothesis testing. So in order to go for hypothesis testing, so mainly the measures of central tendency, that is mean, mode, median, and mode, and measures of dispersion that we have to calculate, and this distribution, whether it is binomial or Poisson distribution or normal distribution or standard normal distribution, that all we should keep them ready, and then we can go for hypothesis testing. So hypothesis testing is an act in statistics whereby an analyst tests an assumption regarding a population parameter. The methodology employed by the analyst depends on the nature of the data and the reason for which the analysis is being done. So hypothesis testing is used to assess the possibility of a hypothesis by using the sample data. So testing of hypothesis. There are certain steps involved in hypothesis testing. So the various steps involved are select a sample data or some from the population, make an assumption that whether data is normally distributed or not, and set up a null hypothesis, that is H0. And sometimes you can set up alternative hypothesis also, H1. So choose an alpha or significant level between 5% or 1%. That is for deviation and all. Alpha is the probability of having a null hypothesis that is indeed true, but our data says that it is wrong. So select the test statistic, decide the critical value, and from a decision rule computation, test static value, and by that you can arrive at a conclusion or decision. So testing can be done in two ways, directional and non-directional. Directional hypotheses are those type in which the data are either positively related or negatively related. That is what is known as one-tail test. The other one is non-directional. Non-directional hypotheses are the hypotheses used to two-tail test or two-sample test, like, where we say there is no significant difference between observed and expected frequencies. Then coming to classification of hypothesis tests. A simple hypothesis or composite hypothesis. Simple hypothesis is it specifies an even exact value for the parameter, whereas composite hypothesis specifies a range of values. So simple hypothesis gives you the exact value. This composite hypothesis gives a range that is in between, minimum and maximum it will give. So a company is claiming that their average sales for this quarter are 1,000 units. One number, only one number, then it is simple hypothesis. Suppose the company claims that the sales are in the range of 900 to 1,000 units per month, then this is composite hypothesis. So anywhere in between 900 and 1,000 units. If you say 1,000 units, definitely that is simple hypothesis. Composite hypothesis is it gives a range, minimum and maximum. So under any circumstances, it is not going to be less than 900. And it is not, at the same time, it is not going to be more than 1,000. So it is going to be in between 900 and 1,000. So different types of hypothesis, if you go through, as you are aware, there are two types of hypothesis. One is null hypothesis and the other one is alternative hypothesis. So the null hypothesis is the assumption that the event will not occur. A null hypothesis has no bearing on the study's outcome unless it is rejected. That H0 is the symbol for it, and it is pronounced as H0. Then the alternative hypothesis, it is the logical opposite of the null hypothesis, and the acceptance of the alternative hypothesis follows the rejection of the null hypothesis. So H1 is the symbol for it, and it is pronounced as H1. Okay. So one-tailed and two-tailed hypothesis testing. The one-tailed test, also called directional test, considers a critical region of data that would result in null hypothesis being rejected, or if the tested sample falls into it. So inevitably, that means if it is in one-tailed test, if it is that the value is falling that, then the null hypothesis is rejected. That is one-tailed test. Two-tailed test, the test sample is checked to be greater or lesser than a range of values in a two-tailed test. So implying that the critical distribution are two-sided. If the sample falls within this range, the alternative hypothesis will be accepted and the null hypothesis will be rejected. So if it is that range, within that range, if it falls, then alternative hypothesis will be accepted and null hypothesis will be rejected. Also to mention two types of errors may occur, that is type 1 error and type 2 error. Of course, you know that alpha, beta. Type 1 error occurs when rejecting the null hypothesis when it is true also. Type 2 error occurs when accepting null hypothesis when it is false. So in order to minimize both type 1 error and type 2 error, we are fixing the confidence level at 95%. So that means 5% that deviation level that we will be taking. And a hypothesis test can result in two types of errors. That is test one, that is type 1 error, where it occurs a null hypothesis despite being true, or type 2 error is a type 2 error occurs when the null hypothesis is not rejected, even if it is false. It is like type 1 error. Then suppose a teacher evaluates the examination paper to decide whether a student has passes or fails. H0 is student has passed and H1 is student has failed. Type 1 error is will be teacher failing the student, although the student scored the passing marks. So that is a type 1 error. Type 2 error will be the case where the teacher passes the student, although the student did not secure the passing marks, because it is through sample and all that will be collecting the things. So this is type 2 error which may occur in the process of testing null hypothesis or alternate hypothesis. So this is very in brief about the third unit. Why? Because to tell you openly, this is second unit, whatever briefly we discussed in the last 50 minutes or so, it takes not less than 50 hours to calculate all the problems and to make the student understand. So that 50 hours we have to take care in 50 minutes. So that's why just outline I provided, and with the help of material which was given to you, you can make a practice of it. Actually, these PCP classes are meant for doubts clarification, but fortunately or unfortunately, because doubts will arise when student completely goes through the material, they can raise doubts and we can clarify the doubts. But fortunately and unfortunately, if we are asking only doubts, nobody is raising anything, then we are adopting the plan B, that is just briefly giving outline by ourselves. Okay, so this is in brief about the third unit of your syllabus. That is first part of the analysis. And again, let us assemble back by 11:05, because I was told to give 10 minutes gap in between 2 hours. So again, 11:05 we are going to meet back, right? Yeah, again, welcome back to the research methodology. So very briefly, we discussed the third unit, and now we are discussing the fourth unit. So this fourth unit includes the statistical applications. So the econometrics are included, correlation and regression analysis, analysis of variance, partial and multiple correlation, factor analysis and conjoint analysis, multi-factor evaluation, two-factor evaluation approaches. So these are the things that we are going to touch very briefly. And don't worry how to calculate all these things. That is not going to be a big problem. Why? Because today or nowadays nobody is calculating manually with calculator and all. Everybody is calculating all these things with the help of SPSS packages. So in SPSS package, once you enter the data, then automatically all required results will be given to you with the computer system will give when you install SPSS package. So that SPSS package that we will discuss in detail tomorrow. So that is why somehow we have to adjust in 4 sessions. We have to discuss 5 units. So that is why this because these are all like earlier olden days. That means while we are studying, we used to do manually all this regression, correlation, factor analysis, conjoint analysis, all these things that we used to do on manual basis. That is why we are touching briefly about these things. But nowadays it is not a problem. The same thing, the same instruments are being used, but manually you need not calculate when you feed the data into SPSS. So that will take care of everything. So in that way, the SPSS that we will discuss, that also not in a detailed way. I cannot make you learn the total SPSS tomorrow within 2 hours. So comparatively, when compared with this third and fourth units, little bit elaborative, like first and second units, we can discuss the report rating and SPSS introduction tomorrow. So in this next 45 to 50 minutes, let us quickly go through these econometrics models, different econometric models that are being used in this analysis part. So statistics is, of course, as we are all aware, statistics is an old scientific discipline, but its application has never been more topical. So though it is statistics is old one, its application is ever new application. That means, see, computer means computer also doing the statistical analysis only. Okay, but instead of you manually doing all the things with the help of log tables, calculators, the computer is computing the things and it is giving you to you. So, of course, that is as far as social sciences are concerned, the SPSS we are using, and the SPSS gives you everything, not only mean, mode, median, the regression, right, correlation, all these things, and not only that, all bar diagrams, pie charts, graphs, okay, tendency tables, frequency tables, everything it will give. Right. So statistics is a branch of mathematics that deals with the collection, analysis, interpretation, and presentation of data. So increased computing power had a huge impact on popularization of the statistical science. So earlier we used to call them as statisticians. Now we are calling them as data scientists, because same thing. Earlier, whatever they calculated manually with the help of pen and paper, now they are calculating with the help of computer, desktop or laptop. So that is why now they are data scientists. That is the only difference. So with new technologies such as Internet of Things, researchers started to collect data from various sources like web servers, online transactions, tweet streams, social media, and from different sensors, the data is being collected. So with increased access to big data, there is a need for professionals with applied statistics knowledge who can visualize and analyze the data and make sense out of it and use it to solve real complex problems. So because of this available, the more data is available, bigger data is available. So that is why we need a professional way of this statistical knowledge to draw meaningful conclusions. So applied statistics is the root for data analysis. There is application of statistics, and the practice of applied statistics involves analyzing data to help determine organizational needs. Today we can find applied statistics in various fields such as medicine, information technology, engineering, finance, marketing, accounting, and business. Of course, these are all the areas which widely users make use of the data analysis part. And if we derive the data relationship, we examine the relationship between statistics and economics. Statistics plays a vital role in understanding the economic data, such as the relationship between quantity and price, supply and demand, economic output, GDP, per capita income of nations, etc. Then if we shift to econometrics, econometrics is the use of statistical methods using quantitative data to develop theories or test existing hypotheses in economics or finance. So this econometrics relies on regression models and null hypothesis testing. Econometrics can also be used to try to forecast the future economic financial trends. So by depending upon the past and existing data, it can project for the future. That projection techniques and all there. So it can project for the future. Mainly this economic related things. So then in a narrow sense, econometrics means economic measurement. Econometrics means the means that you are using for economic measurement. In a broader sense, it may be defined as the social science in which the tool of economic theory, mathematics and statistical inferences are applied to the analysis of economic phenomena. So the application of mathematics and statistical inference for economic activities comes under the purview of the econometrics. Then coming to types of econometrics, theoretical are there, applied are also there. So theoretical econometrics is concerned with the development of appropriate methods for measuring the economic relations with the specified econometric models, whereas applied econometrics can be used tools of theoretical econometrics to study some special fields of economics and business, such as production function, investment function, demand and supply functions. So in order to derive these things, we can apply this applied econometrics. So coming to methodology for econometrics, there are 8 steps. Statement of theory or hypothesis, specification of the mathematical model of the theory, specification of the statistical or econometric model, then obtaining data, estimation of the parameters of the econometric model, hypothesis testing, forecasting or prediction, using the model for control or policy purpose. So the data, if you take time series data, cross-sectional data and pooled data are available. Time series data, what is this time series data means? A time series is a sequence of data points measured typically at successive time instants spaced at uniform time intervals. So time series data have a natural temporal ordering, like daily weather reports, daily stock prices or hourly stock prices, monthly unemployment rate calculation, quarterly GDP, yearly national budget, decennially population census. So this population census and all, it will be conducted once in 10 years. So like that, in the frequent intervals, whatever data we collect and report, that comes as time series data. So weather reports means on daily basis we will do it. Stock prices also on daily basis. This GDP quarterly we will be reviewing, but we will be revealing yearly. National budgets yearly. Population census decennially, like that. Then cross-sectional data. Cross-sectional data or cross-section is a type of one-dimensional data set. It refers to collected by observing many subjects such as individuals, firms or countries at the same point of time or without regard to differences in time. So their time interval plays a dominant role. Here, different factors you need to consider. There is no much observation for the time. Say, for example, we want to measure the mobile users for a particular brand in the campus. We could draw a sample of 100 students randomly from the population, measure their mobile use, that is which service provider they are using, BSNL, Jio, Airtel, like that, which service provider services they are using, and calculate what percentage of that sample is used of that brand, a particular brand. So if 60% of our sample were used a particular brand, say let us like BSNL, so this cross-sectional sample provides us with a snapshot of the population. That means out of say in the campus there may be 5,000 students, but from 100 people, 100 members we are collecting data. Out of that, if 60 people are using one brand, say like the BSNL, and from the cross-sectional we have collected the data, but it shows, it gives a snapshot that 60% of the population are using BSNL. So there may be deviation for it, this side or that side, that dispersion may be there. But because randomly we selected 100 people, and out of that we found that 60 people are using, 60% are using BSNL. So note that we don't know based on one cross-sectional sample, the users of this brand are increasing or decreasing. We can only describe the current proposition. So that means, say, today we have taken the data, but after 1 month we don't know. Why? Because now this month the BSNL plans may be good. Next month Jio may come out with how they entered into the market, much more free for 100 rupees or 200 rupees they may give you everything. Or meanwhile Airtel may come forward with another cheaper plans or more plans. Because nowadays people are going for this one all monthly packages. The moment it is over, then they may go for number portability, because they can continue with the same number and they can change the service provider. Number portability is there. So because of that, this data, whatever we collected this month, it need not stand for next week itself. So why should we worry about next month? Next week itself, it may not stand good, right? So, but when we have taken up the data at that time, this is the stage. That is how we are going to report. Then pooled or combined data includes both time series and cross-sectional data. So that means time, regular time intervals also it includes, and cross-sectional data it will also consider. So this pooled data is going to be more useful because it considers both. Then for doing proper analysis, one thing is correlational analysis. So correlation analysis is an attempt to determine the degree of relationship between variables. It is the analysis of covariation between two variables. Okay. So the coefficient of correlation ranges between -1 and +1 and quantifies the directional strength of the linear association between two variables. So two variables will be there. The correlation between two variables can be positive, or it may be higher levels of one variable are associated with higher levels of the other, or negative. So one increase, other one decreasing, other one decreasing, the other one increasing, or positively correlated, or negatively correlated, or inversely proportionate. Like that, the relationship can be derived. So significance of correlation analysis, it is used as a basis for the study of regression. Correlation will be the basis for regression. In business, it helps the management to estimate costs, sales, price, and other variables. Why? Because suppose if you take up the raw materials, the cost of the raw materials and cost of production is positively correlated. Why? Because when the cost of raw materials goes up, automatically, positively, the cost of production also goes up. So if that one variable is going to affect on the other, of course, how it is positively or negatively, that relationship with this correlation analysis that we can derive. And it helps to reduce the range of uncertainties associated with the decision making. Then there are certain assumptions for correlation. Cause and effect relationship exists between the variables always. The relationship between the variables is linear. The variables follows a normal distribution. This correlation can be classified on the basis of direction as positive and negative, on the basis of linearity, non-linear, linear and non-linear, on the basis of variables, so simple correlation, partial correlation, multiple correlation. Then positive correlation. If the variables are moving and varying in the same direction, it is called positive correlation. That is, increase in value of one variable lead to increase in other variable. Say P and Q. When P is 5, Q is 15. P become 10, Q become 20. Like that, 15, 25, 20, 30. 25, 35, 30, 40, like that. So when there is 5 points increase in P, 5 points increase is there in Q also. So that is why it is positively correlated, right? Then negative correlation. Here the variables are moving in the opposite direction. Say X and Y, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So when factor X is 2, Y is 6 points. When X is increasing from 2 to 3, Y is coming down from 6 to 5. So like that, X is moving 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, whereas it is negative, that is inversely coming opposite direction. Y is moving 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, like that. Okay. Then linear correlation and non-linear correlation. The distinction between linear and non-linear correlations is based upon the consistency of the ratio of changes between the variables under study. So if the amount of change in one variable follows a constant change of other variable, then the correlation is said to be linear. So if the amount of change in one variable follows a constant change of other variable, then the correlation is said to be linear. So simple correlation. An analysis relationship exists between two variables, one independent and other dependent is known as simple correlation. Analysis, simple correlation is measure strength and type of relationship between two variables on the assumption that no other variable come into play as such. And some correlation also called zero order correlation is simple correlation. The statistical measure of simple correlation is known as coefficient of linear correlation with symbol R. It can be either positive or negative because it varies in between -1 and +1. Coefficient of simple determination with symbol R square gives the proportion of variation in the dependent variable accounted for the representer X. So for example, if the value of R square equal to 0.81, this means 81% of the variation in dependent variable has been explained by the representer repressor. Okay. Then partial correlation. It represents the relationship between two variables after the effect of one or more other distracting variable, if any has been eliminated. So determination of partial correlation is essential to understand the cause and effect relationship between variables under observation. Say for example, in a study it was observed that the correlation between education and income was positive. That means the more education, better education, better income. Like that correlation is there. But it might be entirely due to a third variable, say the person's economic status. People with higher economic status earns more money. Accordingly, education and income may have higher correlation. Okay. So it may be not because of education, it may be because of economic status. The better, higher economic status people may be educated more. So that is why because of their economic status, they might be earning more. but that will be represented like in a partial correlation with the education and income levels. So multiple correlation. This coefficient of multiple correlation determines the nature and extent of proximity in the relationship between one independent variable and two or more independent variables. So that a statistical measure of such a relationship is known as coefficient of multiple correlation with the symbol R. It will be represented multiple correlation. And this methods of studying correlation includes scatter diagram, Karl Pearson's coefficient of correlation, Spearman's rank correlation coefficient, method of least squares. So among these four, widely used are Karl Pearson coefficient and followed by Spearman's. This is scatter diagram, method of least squares. Though these methods are available, the usage in practice, in reality, the usage is less. So maximum usage is from the scatter diagram, the Karl Pearson and Spearman rank correlation. This is scatter diagram. You can observe all the three were plotted and indicated positive correlation. So when one is increasing, if you observe two lines are there. So when one is increasing, the other line is also going up. That is a positive correlation. Negative correlation when one is going the other side, this is coming downside. That is negative correlation. No correlation. There is no relationship between X and Y. So that is no relation. So all the three, the relationship between X and Y, when we plot it on this scatter plots, the variables X value and Y value, then if it based on how it indicates, we can decide whether it is having positive correlation or negative correlation or no correlation at all. But this is there, but based on this deciding correlation, very few people are significantly very good number of people. They will go for either Karl Pearson or Spearman correlation coefficient. So the next one, and most popular one, is Karl Pearson coefficient correlation. So Pearson's R is the most common correlation coefficient, and Karl Pearson's coefficient of correlation denoted by R. The coefficient of correlation R measures the degree of linear relationship between two variables, that is X and Y. So this Karl Pearson coefficient correlation, the formula is given. Okay. So with the help of this formula, you can calculate the Karl Pearson coefficient correlation and to interpret the result. As I told you, while we were studying, that means now we are in 50s. But nowadays, after 2000, almost nobody is using this manual calculation. And now, once you feed the data in SPSS, you will get everything what is required for analysis. And see, these two are popular: Karl Pearson coefficient and Spearman's rank coefficient correlation. These two are very popular methods of calculating that are being widely used. So when statistical series in which the variables under study are not capable of quantitative measurement but can be arranged in a serial order, in such situation, Pearson correlation coefficient cannot be used. In such case, Spearman rank correlation can be used. So here also with the help of formula, you can calculate Spearman's rank coefficient correlation. And this regression analysis, it is in statistical modeling. Regression analysis is a statistical process for estimating the relationship among variables, dependent and independent variables. So more specifically, regression analysis helps one understand how the typical value of the dependent variable changes when any one of the independent variables is varied. So while the other independent variables are held fixed. So that means it indicates a relationship between one independent variable and other dependent variable at a time. So regression analysis is widely used for prediction and forecasting. A regression line is the line which gives the best estimate of one variable from the value of any other given variables. So the regression line gives the average relationship between two variables in a mathematical form. The regression can be simple linear regression or multiple linear regression. So then what is the simple linear regression means? It is a causal relationship in which it describes how does a independent variable changes because of a change in dependent variable. How dependent variable changes because of a change in independent variable, while other variables are held constant. As I told you, the simple linear regression, the relationship between one independent variable and other dependent variable at a time will be drawn. Simple linear regression is representing a set of clustered data points with best fit lines. So the line of best fit which represents the data set with the smallest distance between the line and each of the data points. So for a linear regression to work, the data set must have two variables that are correlated. So simple linear regression has two main objectives: establishing if there is a relationship between variables and forecasting new observations based on this existing relationship. So standard form for simple linear regression, the formula is given. This is how it can be plotted on a diagram. And multiple regression model. So it is two independent variables and one dependent variable. So in simple regression, only one independent and one dependent. Here, two or more independent variables and one dependent. Dependent variable is one only, but independent variables will be one or more. That is why it is called multiple linear regression. Well, so here the dependent variable is expressed as a function of two or more independent variables as a single equation. And the assumption of this multiple linear regression is that only relevant variables are included. A linear relationship is required. Causality of variables should be there. All variables are normally distributed. Homoscedasticity is assumed. Absence of multicollinearity is assumed in the model. So this is the standard form of multiple regression model or the formula. Then multi-collinearity. So multi-collinearity refers to a situation in which two or more explanatory variables in a multiple regression model are highly linearly related. We have perfect multi-collinearity if, for example, as in the equation above, the correlation two dependent variables is equal to 1 or minus 1. Okay. A multiple regression model is with correlated predictors can indicate how well the entire bundle of predictors predicts. And multi-collinearity, it is good to have a relationship between between dependent and independent variables. In this, more independent variables will be there, only one dependent variable. That means several independent variables influence the dependent variable. But it is bad to have a relationship between independent variables. So effect of single variable hard to measure. So heteroscedasticity. Okay, in statistics, when the standard deviations of a variable monitored over a specific amount of time are non-constant, this heteroscedasticity often arises in two forms: conditional and unconditional. Conditional identifies non-constant volatility and future periods of high and low volatility can be identified. Unconditional heteroscedasticity is used when future periods of high and low volatility can be identified. So in unconditional, if you go through, it is predictable and most often relates to variables that are cyclical by nature. So this can include higher retail sales reported during traditional holidays shopping period, and or the increase in air conditioner repair calls during warmer months. So this is more predictable. Unconditional. Conditional is a little bit because that conditions has to apply. So in finance, conditional one is seen in the prices of stocks and bonds. The level of volatility of the easy equities cannot be predicted over any period of time. But unconditional can be used when discussing variables that have identified seasonal variability, such as electricity usage. Electricity usage in summer will be high, in winter it will be comparatively low. So as it relates to statistics, it's spelled heteroscedasticity refers to the error of variance or dependence of scatter within a minimum of one independent variable within a particular sample. So these variations can be used to calculate margin of error, so which helps us in measuring the deviation data points. And after that, the next one is factor analysis. Factor analysis identifies correlation between and among variables to bind them into one underlying factor. So factor analysis reduces large number of variables into a smaller amount of factors. So for example, in a set of variables, V1, V2, V3, V4, V5, so many factor, large number of variables that will make it into one. A correlational relationship may be found between V1, V2, V3. So these variables can be identified as factor because there is a higher degree of relationship between these three things. So accordingly, large number of variables will be reduced to several number of factors. So factor analysis is also referred to as data reduction because the bigger data, bigger variables we are making into smaller one. This is also known as data reduction. So factor analysis considers either pairs of response or pairs of variables, Q-type or R-type factors. So the important terminology used in factor analysis is factor which is weighted linear combination of these variables under study. The factor loading in factor analysis indicates the extent of closeness of relationship among variables constituting a factor. So here AN value and factor rotation, these things will be there. AN value means the sum of squares of factor loading relating to factor is called AN value. It indicates the relative importance of factor in account for the set of variables. Then factor rotation means it is done to reveal different structures in data. Different structures give different results, but they are statistically equal. There are two types of rotation, orthogonal and oblique rotations. So there are certain assumptions for this factor analysis. There are no outliers in data set. Adequate sample size is there. The data set must possess no perfect multicollinearity. Homoscedasticity is not required. Linearity of variables is there, and the data must be at least interval data. And after factor analysis, we have to go through the cluster analysis. The cluster analysis is a process of identifying natural homogeneous group existing in data so that similarity within a group and difference among group may be used for understanding the basic characteristic of the data. So it is applied to large set of data which may consist of many variables. It is applied to data recorded in interval scales. Here internal homogeneity and external heterogeneity is determined. There are basically two types of clusters possibility: hierarchical clusters and non-hierarchical clusters. Hierarchical clusters, here first two closed set objects are grouped and treated as a single cluster. Then the same process is carried out until there is a single cluster containing in all the items. And non-hierarchical clusters means here the items are dispersed into predetermined groups successively in integrative processes and defined as different groups emerges. But there is a linkage function of clustering. It is used to find out the distance between two clusters. There are two types of linkages: simple linkage and complete linkage. So after this cluster analysis, then the next level of this data analysis is conjoint analysis. So this conjoint analysis, it is a technique useful in determining relative value of different attributes of an item. So in marketing research, it helps to find out most desirable combination of a product or service that is existing or proposed to be introduced in the market. A conjoint analysis is applied to categorical variables. It is done to analyze most important feature of the product. It gives relative importance to the factor that are taken for consideration. It helps us to develop alternative sets of combination of different levels of product. The respondents are given a chance to rate or rank accordingly. It is mainly applied in the fields of new product development and transport industry, which are part and parcel of our social science. This conjoint analysis is being widely used in business studies because this new product development consequences and best modeling for this transportation movement, that is logistics management, is being widely used. Then the next one is after conjoint analysis, discriminant analysis. It is a statistical technique useful in classification of individuals into two or more mutually exclusive groups on the basis of a set of predictor variables. In the discriminant analysis, there is one nominal dependent variable and two or more interval scale independent variables will be there. And these independent variables have certain common characteristic features which are useful in discriminating among individuals. So the main objective of discriminant analysis is to classify the observed cases into two or more groups. So discriminant analysis is applied in following cases like credit rating to the companies, prediction of sickness of the companies, portfolio selection for an investor, market research for introduction of new products also, and classification of various other attributes. And this discriminant function or linear discriminant function, it is a linear function of predictive variables weighted in such a way that it will discriminate among groups, minimizing errors. So in case the dependent variable is classified into only two groups, this is known as simple discriminant analysis. In case dependent variable is classified into more than two groups, it is termed as multiple discriminant function. And bivariate discriminant analysis for two groups is also possible. If the number of variables included in the discriminant function is 2, there is a straight line classification boundary. An individual on one side belongs to group 1 and the other side belongs to group 2. Two groups can be done. And finally, we can have a look towards decomposition analysis. So it means analysis of a set of data to reveal its composition, thereby express it in terms of extent of change over time in components. Because one data, discriminant data, whatever we collect over a period of time, there is a possibility of changing. So that change over a time of its components, how it changed also, we can have with the help of this decomposition analysis. So it reveals the extent of change in structure, the composition, and the intensity of a set of data. It is suitable for a large mass of data, such as financial statements, performance reports, budget, etc. So it reveals significant changes in the structure of data over a period of time, from one organization to the another organization. Comparison also possible. It pinpoints the area of change also, where the change is taking place. So with availability of computers, now large database statements can be subjected to decomposition analysis. So as I keep on telling, nowadays nobody is doing all these things manually because SVS is the biggest rescue to the social sciences. And now the analysis part becomes so easy. So now with the comparatively with very less effort, we can do the analysis, because before 2000 and all, data collection is one problem. Nowadays, data collection also through online we can do it, and automatically the data will be captured, and automatically it will be posted to the SPSS and to get the result. But if you see 20 years back, all these things, data collection, master table preparation, and sometimes there may be possibility of errors may take place while posting from questionnaires or schedules questionnaires to master tables, and that error of omission, error of so many errors used to take place. And finally, manually when we do also, the results may not be compatible. Nowadays, with the help of SPSS, automatically you need not do multiplicity of data. Just with Google Monkey or Google Sheets, you can collect the data automatically. That will be summarized, or through this spreadsheets also. You can collect the data. You can tabulate the data automatically, and that which can be posted to SPSS, and very conveniently within 1 hour or so. That is only just feeding the data is late. All required results within no time you will get the result, and you can start writing the analytical reports. So which used to take more than 6 months earlier before 2000. Even if you work per day 15 hours, 18 hours also, it used to take 6 months time period. So, but now thanks to the SPSS, so that SPSS and all that we will discuss in the 5th unit, which will be the subject matter for tomorrow. So this is in brief about various types of analysis, which very briefly we discussed in the 3rd and 4th unit. Thank you for 4th unit. Now you can put your queries, you can type it in your chat box, and I will be here for clarifying your queries also. So you can put your questions or queries in chat box. Now it is the time. Now you can keep your chat box. You can type the things, and I will give immediate reply. Yeah. So some Someshwari is there, sir. In exam, how we can calculate all this means? Say you are supposed to learn with your the material provided to you through this for research methodology. What is provided to you that you are supposed to learn. So actually, if you might have gone through all the reports, and if you come out with a problem that we might have earlier in old batches, we used to solve it in the classroom, maybe online or offline. But now people are not without studying everything. They are coming, and they want us to explain everything. So which is not possible in 8 hours. So you have to learn the statistical methods, and you have to, and of course only maximum up to regression it will be there in the examination. So that you have to learn how to calculate. See, just simple examples I quoted for mean, median, and mode. So in that way, first you simply try to calculate the mean, median, and mode. Then therefrom clear formulas and all these things were given in the PPTs. So these PPTs will be posted again, mostly by next week. All these 5 units PPTs will be posted, and therefrom you can take the formula, or from Google also you can use the formula, and you can substitute the values. Yeah, that is right only. That is, they are discussing something factor. So latest one comes on the top or below?
Latest one is below.
Yeah, let us keep it, because now only we go print it.
Okay.
Yeah, one Jyoti Bera requested for posting of PPTs. Unit wise, definitely all the 5 units it will be posted. All the 5 units will be posted in your website after completing the 5th unit. So probably by next week, all the PPTs will be posted. Exclusively for this purpose only we prepared in detail. Otherwise, for each unit, when the physical classes are taking maximum, and we normally for regular classes we won't prepare PPTs for this because on board we will be calculating and explaining, keep on explaining. So for your purpose, for each unit, more than 50 PPTs were prepared, and all these things will be posted. Don't worry. Okay. So any more thing is there, you can type in your chat box.
Again, student asking same.
So anything else you can type in your Mr. Rajesh is saying that he has not received material. You inquire whether you join directly. If you join directly, you put a message to them, because we were normally after dispatching the report, the material only, we will take up the PCP classes. So okay, someone asked to explain briefly the first 10 slides of Unit 3. Okay, I will go through it. Yeah, this third unit, someone asked to explain the first 10 slides. This is processing of data. This, because in the second unit and third, the first unit, we discussed about what is the research, what are various types of research. And in the second unit, we discussed about various types of data collection instruments like questionnaires and all. And the various types of data collection methods also, sampling, probability sampling, non-probability sampling, all those things that we have gone through. And this third unit starts, actually third and fourth unit, both the third and fourth units are processing the data. Processing the data means that collect whatever data we collected, so that we need to process. Process means for coming out with the useful information. Okay. Then here the first activity starts with editing. So editing is the first step of data processing. Editing is the process of examining the data collected in questionnaires or schedules to detect errors and omissions and to see that they are corrected and schedules are ready for tabulation. So here this editing means ensuring that all the questions are filled, all the information is appropriately posted. So for that purpose, because we are professionals, that means the researcher is a professional, but the respondent need not be a professional. So that is why sometimes some errors may take place. That is why schedules means the respondent will be responding and you will be entering the data. At that time, major errors won't be there because you are professional, you are trained to record the data. So that is why errors may not take place. But while filling the questionnaires, the errors may be because the respondent they themselves fills the questionnaire. So at that time there may be some errors. So this editing can be done two ways: field editing and central editing. Field editing means while you are filling the schedules itself, you can what respondent says that you can correct and you can fill accordingly. And questionnaires also, the respondent may give the questionnaire, But when you observe some deviations in that filling, then on the spot you either by asking the explanation of the by inquiring the details from the respondents, or by understanding yourself, you can correct the questionnaire and then you can file it. That is field editing. Central editing means instead of everyone is allowed to go for editing activity, they are supposed to bring asterisk, and once all the questionnaires are pulled up, then it will be the editing will be done. That is central editing. And this data classification, once the editing is over, means all the questionnaires are ready and they are eligible for putting taking data from that. Then when collecting the data, this data has to be classified. So classification become all the relevant things at one way. So you need to classify the data. That means segregating, grouping the data into different groups. Okay. So while grouping, you should have clarity for the data, homogeneity, because all the relevant one only you have to put in one group. Equality of scale, purposefulness, and accuracy. Okay. So equality of scale means some people might be filling monthly income, some people might be filling annual income. So then there is no equality. Okay. So either you have to convert this monthly into annual or annual into monthly, right? And sometimes we may ask to express the satisfaction or dissatisfaction in 3-point scale. For some people, you may give 5-point scale. So that also equality should be ensured. And moreover, the purposefulness of the data. And so once classification is there, then you need to, for classification, you need to code the data, coding. That means to which category it goes to. Coding on the that tables or that questions. So in other words, coding involves 2 important operations: deciding the categories to be used and allocating individual answers to them. So when according to codes, then you will be entering the data into data tables. So this data tabulation of data, because these are going to be the heart or based on this only, these tables only, all the next total analysis will be done. So this tabulation activity can be, it may be on frequency table, response tables, contingency tables, univariate tables, bivariate tables. Bivariate means SR, that SR no, only 2 answers. Okay, statistical tables, time series tables, frequency tables means that say 0 to 5 or that intervals will be there. Okay. So based on that, different types of tables you can do it, but generally in social sciences and all, you can find frequency tables and bivariate tables only. So this frequency tables, by keeping say 0 to 1 or like that, say practically, suppose those who are earning from 50,000 to 70,000 in one group. So whether they belongs to 51,000 or 69,000, all comes under in that group. So that comes under frequency tables. So bivariate tables means only 2 answers will be there, yes or no. Okay. So that comes under bivariate tables. So in business research and all, mostly used tables are frequency tables and bivariate tables. And the same data, whatever we are collecting, it can be represented with the help of this data diagrams, charts and graphs. So now if once you feed the data in SPSS, including the tabulation diagram, all these things it is taking care. So that we will explain in tomorrow. Of course, there also only 2 hours is there. 1 hour for data this research report preparation, and another hour I will be taking care for the SPSS, introduction of SPSS. Okay. So next picture is ready. Let us meet tomorrow.
Video also. Okay.
Hello. Good morning, students. Are you able to hear me? Hello. Am I audible? Hello. I'm not getting permission. Hello. Hello, students.
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Hello.
Yeah, you are audible, sir.
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Yeah. Good morning
Yes,
to all
sir.
of you.
Good morning.
I'm Dr. Nizam here once again in front of you. Last class, hope all of you remember that we have discussed about law of contract, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Let us see once again.
Check.
As you know, the day-to-day life, numerous kind of contracts we are performing without our knowledge, and sometimes unknowingly we are performing lots of contracts. Like for example, you are buying a product from a grocery store, you are buying a ticket for bus, then visiting cinema halls, buying a ticket, then your bank account. All this we are performing different kinds of contract, but without our knowledge. Sometimes we sign the agreement that I accept it. So numerous type of contract we are performing, but we do not know what exactly contract is. So last class we have discussed about contract. What do you understand by contract? Anyone can reply? Any one of you, what you have understood?
Contract is agreement.
So where there is a mutual negotiation between the two parties.
Negotiation between two parties. Anything else?
Agreement basically between.
There is
the
an
two.
agreement. There has to be an agreement. What kind of agreement?
A signed written.
It may be the time period agreement also. While we are doing any contract, there will be a time
Yeah.
period agreements also.
Yeah, time period is still there. Then anything. What is the essential ingredients of contract? Without
simply enforced by law. As a
yeah,
contract.
it should be. It must be enforceable by law. An agreement which is enforceable by law is an contract, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Then what is an agreement? What do you understand by agreement?
Agreement is the procedure.
There has to be an offer. There has to be a proposal, offer and acceptance, isn't it? There has to be an offer and somebody has to accept it. And there must be consideration for it. Without consideration, it cannot be a contract. Okay? Is it clear? And there should be consensus ad item. That means there has to be consent for the similar product and similar cost, similar mind. Hello.
Someone else is making noise. Hello.
Yeah.
Sir, can you please mute once?
Now, if I mute, then completely it will be muted. So I want that interaction class to be there because law should be
Hello,
difficult and
the
theoretical.
students should be keep silent, no? Hello,
Hello,
Sir,
hello, who
after that,
control this?
sir. Hello. Hello.
Someone driving, someone doing so many things. Hello.
Sir?
Yes.
Sir, you're not audible. Sir, mute, sir.
Just a second.
Otherwise, we won't be
Am I
able
audible now?
to. You're
Am I-
audible, sir, but if you don't mute
Hello?
the students, sir.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir. If you don't mute everyone, we won't be able to hear you properly. So that's why I'm asking you to mute.
Okay, shall I mute everyone?
Yes, sir, please.
Because in fact, I wanted to have interaction class. In this
Sir,
case,
questionnaire class
for
can
example,
we have it in the last
you
minute,
don't
sir?
understand. That's why.
Yes, sir, we'll have the interaction at the end of the class, sir.
Okay. Hello.
yes,
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll mute everyone.
sir.
Then let us
Yeah,
discuss
yes.
the interaction we'll
Yes,
have
sir.
afterwards. Okay.
Yes, sir, sure.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, yes,
Last
sir.
class we have discussed about the contract. Contract is an agreement which is enforceable by
Yes, sir, sure,
law.
sir.
And what are there? The contract is agreement plus legal obligation. There has to be some legal obligation for it, and there should be one promiser and one promisee. That is one offerer and one offeree. The person who makes an offer called as offerer, and to whom it is being made, it is called as offeree. And it should be enforceable by law. Any agreement which is enforceable by law is a contract. Sometimes in your question it comes that all contracts are, all contracts are agreement, but all agreements are not contract. So question will come. So you have to justify that agreement which is enforceable by law is a contract, and there has to be offerer and offeree, and there should be some consideration for it. Without consideration, it cannot be called as valid agreement. And there has to be consensus of mind. Their mind is to be for the same thing and same mind. It should be consensus for both the parties. Then only it will be in contract. So we'll proceed further because we have yesterday we have already discussed. We have already discussed. Now let us see. In contract, there has to be agreement, promise, and offer. A contract is essentially is an agreement. An agreement is a set of two promises, one flowing from the offerer and the other from acceptor. The person who is accepting, it should be from one party, and the person who is making offer, is the another party. There has to be two party, then only agreement can be made. And a promise is an accepted offer or proposal. When the promise is accepted, it can be called a proposal. An offer or proposal is a promise of performance, which is, however, conditional upon a written promise or an act or forbearance received exchange for it. That means when you put a proposal, then it is to be accepted by the other party and it is to be performed, which is conditional upon a written promise. It can be in exchange of it, something can be, it can be money or similar kind of or any kind of services. There has to be some consideration for it. Otherwise, it cannot be called an agreement or contract. If you see, first there will be offer or proposal, then it has to be accepted, acceptance, then promise, then agreement, then finally it becomes a contract. There has to be a proposal first, then it is to be accepted and promise is to be made for the both the party with same mind for same thing. Then agreement is made, and agreement, if it is enforced by law, then it will be called as contract. So who is competent to contract? There will be a question. Sometimes question comes, who is competent to contract, or what are the conditions for the person not competent to contract? Anyway, question may come. The competence to contract is one of the essential element of an enforceability of an agreement. If there is no competent to make a contract, there are two parties, one party is not competent, then contract cannot be performed. So party must be competent to contract. You see, the following persons are incapable of entering into a contract. This person, with this person, you cannot make a contract. A person who has not attained the age of majority, that means a minor cannot be a party to contract. In exceptional case, minor also can be a party to contract when there is some guardian is appointed by the court of law. In that case, that will separately we'll discuss. But here, majorly, a person who has not attained the age of majority or who is a minor person cannot be a party to contract. A person who is not of sound mind, that means unsound mind person, lunar, he cannot be a party to contract. And a person who is disqualified by any other law to which he is subject. The subject for which the contract is being made, and he must not be disqualified by any law. So this kind of person cannot be competent to contract. Rules relating to agreement with a minor. Suppose you are making an agreement to the minor. So what are the rules? Agreement is void ab initio. Since the beginning, the agreement will be void agreement because you cannot make a contract with a minor person. Minor can be a promisee. Minors can be a promisee, but he will not be liable for the consideration. A minor's agreement cannot be ratified. If you are making a contract with a minor, later on it cannot be ratified by the court of law. No compensation is payable by a minor. If there is a case of compensation, you cannot compel a minor to pay the compensation because he is not the age of making a contract, age group of making a contract, or more than 18 years. No recovering back the money paid. If there is a contract is cancelled by both the parties, you cannot recover the money from the minor. A minor can be sued in tort. In case of tort, minor can be sued, but in case of contract, it is not like that. Now let us see what are the different types of contract. So first is valid contract. Valid contract is an agreement which fulfills all the essentials of enforceability and can be enforced by either of the parties at the court of law. That means which is enforceable agreement, which is enforceable by law, is a valid contract. For example, if A promises B to give his bike with the consideration for 10,000 rupee and B pays 10,000 rupee, then A has given bike to B, then that means it's a valid contract and contract has been performed. Similarly, voidable contract. An agreement which is enforceable by law at the option of one or more of the parties. there too, but not at the option of the other or others is a voidable contract. For example, A at the point of gun makes B agree to sell his bicycle for rupees 500. Here B's consent is not free. So it is a voidable contract. The circumstances in which a contract is voidable are consents caused by fraud. If you are fraudulently you are making a contract, then it will be a voidable contract. Consent caused by coercion. You have given your consent by coercion, by force, then it cannot be a valid contract. It is a voidable contract. Consent caused by misrepresentation. You have misrepresented the thing. You have not disclosed the right thing. Then this kind of consent will not be acceptable. It can be called as void contract. The consent caused by undue influence. You have given undue influence, some bribe or something like that, so which is not accepted by the court of law, and it is called as voidable contract. What is void contract? A contract which ceases to be enforceable by law becomes void when it ceases to be enforceable. As we said that valid contract is a contract which is enforceable by law. But here, the contract which is not enforceable by law or which law becomes void when it ceases to be enforceable to the party. So it is a void contract. The circumstances in which a valid contract will transfer into void contract. What are the circumstances? It will convert it into void contract, like contingent contract. A contingent contract to do or not to do something on the happening of an uncertain future event becomes void when the event becomes impossible. That means, for example, if you say that if it rains tomorrow, then I'll pay 500 rupees to you. And tomorrow, if it doesn't rain, then it is impossible. So in this case, it will be a void contract. Contingent contract in simple sense, you can say the unhappening of things. If it happens, for example, in insurance company, what they are doing? If you met with accident, then only insurance company will pay to you the compensation. That is on the happening of things, it will be paid. So such kind of contract is called a contingent contract. The repudiation of voidable contract. When a voidable contract is resigned by the party, at whose option it is voidable, the contract becomes a void. When the party he cancels the contract on his option, which is voidable, that contract is called as void contract. Subsequently, impossibility. A contract which becomes impossible to perform after it is made becomes void. For example, you have A promised to B to give something in consideration of rupees 10,000, and tomorrow, due to some natural calamity, it was not been possible to make perform the contract. Then in that case, it became impossible. So you cannot. It will be called as void contract. Subsequently, illegality. Subsequent, it is declared as illegal. For example, today you are doing a business, you are making a contract. For example, person A is making the business of spurious medicine, and he has made a contract with B that he will supply medicine after 2 days for 50,000 rupees. So once it is being supplied to B, he has not paid 50,000 rupees. By the time some of the government agency, they call that it's a spurious product, they have seized the product. And subsequently, A asks B to pay the amount, but B refuses that. My all the goods are seized by the government agency, so I will not be able to pay. Whereas A challenges that I have made the agreement with you. It's a contract. You are supposed to pay me. But whereas it is not like that, because subsequently it has become illegality. In court of law, both are responsible for it. So you cannot go to court of law for challenging that to get the money back. You cannot go to court and claim that B has to pay me money because we have done the illegal things. Next is unenforceable contract. contracts which have all these essential enforceability but cannot be enforced due to certain technicalities, like insufficient stamp. You have not paid sufficient stamp duty, so it is called as unenforceable contract. All the components are fulfilled, all the enforceability which are supposed to be there, it is complete, but due to some technical default, it can be unenforceable contract. Next is express contract. It is one where the intention of party is stated in words, either written or spoken. It can be written or by words or orally. Example, A goes to B shop and asks him to supply 10 boxes at the rate of ₹20 per box. B tells him that he is ready to supply the boxes at the mentioned rate. This is an express contract. The same intention of the parties may be expressed in writing signed by both the parties. It can be written or orally you can express the contract. Next is implied contract. The evidence of an implied contract is to be deduced from the acts or conduct of the parties. No exchange of words, either written or spoken, takes place, but the manifestation of their intention is inferred from their respective acts or conduct. For example, you bought a ticket while coming to your office, you bought a ticket for bus. So it is implied that your intention is to get inside the bus. Your intention is to travel, and conductor also knows that this person is intention is to travel by bus. You are purchasing a ticket and traveling in the bus. It is a implied contract. It is understood that. Another example, suppose you are going to a shopkeeper and you are showing your finger towards the refrigerator water bottle, and you paid 50 rupees to the shopkeeper, and shopkeeper has returned back 30 rupees to you and handed over the bottle to you. You drank water and went off. There was no communication at all. You have just showed the finger and given money. He has returned back. He has delivered the product to you. So it is understood that contract is made. What is the intention of the individual? You have paid money in consideration and he has given the bottle of water to you. This is called as implied contract. Now quasi-contract. These are those obligations which are imposed by the contract and do not arise from the consensus between the parties. Even though there is no consensus of parties, but contract exists. For example, if you have, got a bike, somebody has left the bike near to your house and you do not know bike belongs to whom. And later on you found that no claimant has come and you have spent some money for the maintenance of the bike, reasonable maintenance, otherwise the bike will be go waste. So later on you found that the owner of the bike, you find the owner of the bike and you are supposed to return the bike to him, whereas that person, he has the legal duty to pay the amount which you have invested for the repairing of bike. So this is called, even though there is no consensus both the parties, but you are supposed to pay the money back to which you have spent for your bike. So this is called as quasi-contract. So in this case, nobody can take the unnecessary undue advantage from others. So for example, here again, a tradesman leaves the goods B's house by mistake. B treats the goods as his own. B is bound to pay A for them, the obligation imposed by law. Next is executive contract. It is one where both the parties to a contract have discharged their respective responsibility by performing them. You have performed all the responsibility, like if you have promised to give something with the consideration of money or services, you have given back the product to that other party and other party has given the money to you. Then in that case, you have both the parties have executed the contract. Executive contract. It is one where one or both the parties are yet to perform their respective promise. It is that is to be executed. Both the parties have not been performed completely. Either one party has completed or both of them, they have not completed. So it is to be executed. That kind of contract is called as executory contract. Next is Unilateral contract. It is one where at the time when the contract is made, one party has already performed its obligation and the obligation on the other party only is outstanding. Here, one party has fulfilled his responsibility, whereas other party is yet to perform. For example, A goes to a bus stand ticket counter and buys a ticket for journey. He has performed his duty under the contract, that is to pay the scheduled fare. But the bus authority yet to perform his promise, that is of carrying him from one point to another. This is a unilateral contract. Next is bilateral contract. As against unilateral contract, a bilateral contract is one where at the time of entering into the contract, both the parties to the contract are yet to perform their respective promise. Now, both the parties, neither you have bought the ticket, nor you have the bus conductor has means bus has not taken you to the destination. So both the acts are to be performed. So that kind of contract is called as bilateral contract. For example, you have given the promises that you will travel on so and so date, whereas you have to pay money to buy the ticket, and the bus owner, he has booked the ticket for you, seat for you, but you have to pay money to him, and the bus has to take you to your destination. So both the things are pending now. Now, how to discharge a contract? There are various modes. That's how you can discharge your contract. A contract is discharged when the rights and obligations created between the parties come to an end. When the rights and obligation ended, then you have performed the contract. Discharge or termination of contract means termination of the contractual relation between the parties to contract. So contracts may be discharged or terminated by any one of the following. First one is by performance. By performance in the sense, you, for example, you have paid money and bought the product. The individual he has given product to you. So performance is being done. So this is called a discharge. By consent of agreement. By consent or agreement, you may change the agreement or the contract. So whether to do or not to do something. Both the parties, with the consent of both the parties, it can be changed. So by impossibility, later on it is not impossible to perform the contract. That means it is being discharged. For example, a person promised to do some activities or to sing in the program, but due to his illness, he is not able to perform on that day. So it is impossible for him to perform the contract. It is that means it is understood that the contract is discharged. By lapse of time. So there is a time period has to be there. If you have promised to pay or give something within the stipulated time, you have to pay. Once the time lapse is there, then you cannot make it as the valid contract. So for example, in India generally, in law of contract, there is the limitation, law of limitation. There is a 3 years limitation are there, and there is a limitation for 3 years. But when the agreement is made, as per the agreement, time period is being framed. So based on that, you have to perform the your activity within that time period. By operation of law, if by in case of law, if there is any changes or something is being done, that means the contract is being understood that contract is being discharged or terminated. By breach of contract, if one party fails to perform something, that means the one of the party, there is a breach of contract. If A promises to give B his bike for 10,000 rupee and B pays 10,000 rupee to A, but whereas A is not ready to give bike now. So there is a breach of contract. In that case, you contract is performed, but you can go to the court of law for the compensation from A, because due to A you have faced certain difficulties. So for that compensation, you can go to the court of law. By material alteration, if there is an alteration by mutual understanding, then it means the original contract is cancelled, and further the new contract will be come into the force. So by material alteration, if you are changing something, the change will the contract will be converted into new contract, and new contract will be applicable. So these are the various modes of discharge of contract. Like here, see, discharge of contract by performance, by performance, by consent, by impossibility, by lapse of time, by operation of law, by breach of contract, material alteration. These are the modes of discharge of contract. Now, what are the remedies of breach of contract? If there is a breach of contract, that means one party fails to perform his duty. Then what are the remedies for it? The parties to a lawful contract are bound to perform their respective obligation. If you have promised to do something, you are bound to do as per the law of contract. And one of the parties repudiate the contract by refusing to perform his obligation is said to have committed breach of contract. One of the party, any of the party, if repudiate to contract by refusing or to perform something to fulfill their obligation, is said to have committed breach of contract. In case of the breach of contract, the aggrieved party is relieved from the performing his obligation. That means the party with aggrieved party is now relieved from his obligation, because the other party, he has done the breach of contract and gets the right to proceed against the party at fault. The aggrieved party, he has got the right to proceed against the party who is in fault. In case of breach of contract, the law provides the remedy to an injured party as follows: cancellation of rescission. It can be, the contract can be cancelled. Cancellation, that means it will not be, the contract will not come to effect and it will be stopped. The restitution. So in that case, this is also contract will be not valid contract. It will be restricted and it will be stopped. Specific performance. By specific performance, the contract can be you have to, court can order, or by law it can be ordered to do some specific performance. The court can give order to do the activity where what he is supposed to do. Injunction, you can file a case, injunction case in the court of law. Damages, you can challenge the damage, you can recover the damages from the individual who is who is the defaulter. Now, quantum of merit. Quantum of merit in the sense, whatever before breach of contract or due to breach of contract, what is the loss the other party has suffered, you are supposed to compensate for the quantity or portion, whatever the other party has faced the problem or other party has spent on it. You are supposed to pay the compensation to the party who is aggrieved party. So now see the remedies of breach of contract: cancellation of rescission of contract, then restitution, suit for specific performance, suit for injunction, suit for damage, suit for quantum merit. Now this is about contract, and next other one is agency. So it is also part of contract. It comes under the Indian Contract Act. Agency. What is agency? According to section 182 of the Contract Act, an agent is a person employed to do any act or for another person or to represent another in his dealing with third person. The person for whom such an act is done or who is so represented is called as principal. In agency is created, there will be two. There are the one agent and one principal. So on the advice of principal, the agent can work. An agent acts as a connecting link between the principal and the third party. The agent, he deals with the third party on behalf of principal or master. After enforcing the contract on behalf of the principal with a third party, he ceases to be a party to the contract and the contract comes to existence only between the principal and third party. So the agent is the mediator between the principal and the who is the other party to the contract. So once the activity is being done, he is discharged from his duty. The agent is discharged from his duty. Now the liability between the third party and the principal. Now, creation of agency. How will create an agency? By express agreement. The authority of an agent may be expressed or implied. An authority is said to be expressed when it is given by the word spoken or written. So it can be implied or it can be expressed. Expression can be by words or spoken. Example, he asked B to sell his cow for a commission of 10% on sales. B agrees to do so. Agency has been created. The agreement need not be in writing, but in certain cases, law requires the agreement to be in writing. For example, for sale or purchase of land, the law requires the agent to be appointed by the executive form of power of attorney. In some cases, a written agreement is not required, like day-to-day life, you are buying a ticket, or if the written agreement is there in contract, then it will be difficult for every walk of life. For silly things, you need to make a written agreement. So in some cases, there is oral agreement is enough, or implied contract is sufficient. Next is by implied agreement. An authority is said to be implied when it is to be inferred from the circumstances of the case and things spoken or written or the ordinary course of dealing. For example, A owns a shop. The shop is managed by B, and he is in the habit of ordering goods from C in the name of A. Here you see, A owns a shop. The principal is owner of the shop. A is the principal. The shop is managed by B. B is the agent, and he is in the habit of ordering goods from C in the name of N. C is the third party with whom the contracting is being made. So on behalf of A, his principal, agent is making contract on behalf of A with C for the purpose of the shop and of paying for them of A's fund with A is knowledgeable. A knows that he is from his fund only. B is paying to C. B has an implied authority from A to order goods from C in the name of A for the purpose of the shop. So it is implied that B is authorized to order goods from B and can pay from the A's money. Agency by ratification. A person may become another's agent after having done some work for the latter. If the latter ratifies the act, when a person adopts or accepts an act done on his behalf, but without his authority, is said to have ratified it. Example, A without authority buys goods for B. Afterwards, B sells them to C on his own account. B's conduct implies ratification of the purchase made for him by A, because A has never objected for B's act. So it is implied that B can ratify the thing. He can purchase the product from other party. So it is understood that A has ratified his willingness to for B to do or buy product from C. Now let us see. Sometimes the question comes: what are the duties and rights of an agent? So duties of what are the duties of an agent? To follow principles, direction, or customs. Skill and diligence to work. What's the natural in general? What are the skills supposed to be? And with diligence, he has to work on behalf of the master or principal. To render proper account, he is supposed to render proper account to his principal. To communicate with the principal, he has to communicate what are the activities he has done. He needs to communicate with the principal. Not to deal on his own account. He is not supposed to deal from his own account. He is supposed to deal with the principal's account. To pay some receipt for principal, he has to pay some receipt for principal. Whatever his principal, on behalf of principal, he is receiving money, he has to pay from that. Not to delegate authority. He is not supposed to delegate the authority. For example, he is the agent. He cannot sublet to somebody else. He cannot ask somebody else to do on behalf of him. So he cannot delegate authority to others. On principle death of insanity. On principle of death of insanity, the agent has to work as per the whatever the earlier he is supposed to do. So he need to perform with that one. So now, what are the rights of an agent? A right to remuneration. he has the right to get his remuneration from his principal. Every agent is entitled to receive the remuneration agreed upon with the principal. Right to retainer. He has right to retain whatever supposed to, as per the agreement, the property he has to retain with him. Right to lien. He has the got to right to lien also. Right to indemnity. He can indemnify the product on behalf of principal. Now the other one is Sales of Goods Act. Sales of Goods Act. This other. This is also coming under the Contract Act, but one separate law. Essential of a contract of sales good. A contract of sales good is a contract whereby seller transfer or agrees to transfer the property in goods to the buyer for a price. There has to be exchange, and he can sell or transfer the property to others. So there has to be two parties. Mutual consent. Both the parties should have mutual consent. Just the presence of two parties is not sufficient. The parties must agree on the transfer of property. Transfer of property. What a contract of sale stipulates is the transfer of property, that is the ownership of goods and not the possession of the goods. Ownership of goods will transfer. Then there has to be goods. Goods means every kind of movable property other than actionable claims and money. Price. Under a contract of sale, property in the goods is transferred to the buyer for a particular price. Price is the money consideration for the goods, because there has to be some kind of consideration. Varied requirement as to delivery and payment. The contract may provide for the immediate delivery of goods or immediate payment of the price or both. Requires no formality in sales of goods, absolute or conditional. It is absolute, or there may be some conditions. There is another law called as Negotiable Instrument Act, NIA Act 1881, which deals with your checks, promissory note, and bill of exchange, etc. The law relating to Negotiable Instrument Act is primarily contained in the Negotiable Instrument Act 1881. The word negotiable means transferable from one person to another, and the term instrument means any written document by which a right is created in favor of some person. Like you are making a check to pay someone, so that is called a negotiable instrument. Negotiable instrument is a document by which rights vested in person can be transferred to another person in accordance with the provision which is given in NIA Act 1881. The Negotiable Instrument Act does not affect the provision of Section 31 and 32 Reserve Bank of India. So Reserve Bank of India 31 and 32, there are separate sections. They cannot, it will not make any effect to the particular act. This is the exception. These are all about. Next one is company law. So today we have discussed all about the law of contract, then law of agency, Negotiable Instrument Act. So the law of contract is very vast, so it is very difficult to complete within one or two classes. So you need to go through thoroughly, and whatever the important point is there, I have already discussed. In case of any doubts, you can always contact. And now I will ask you some questions about law of contract. Practically we'll discuss. Students, am I audible to you now? Hello? Am I audible, students?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Audible?
Yes.
Okay. And now we'll discuss
Yes,
with
sir.
some example. Now, any doubt in law contract? Or I will discuss some of the cases so that it will be easy for you to understand. Okay.
Sir, can you explain quasi contract?
Quasi contract in the sense it's a actually if you see it is not a contract as per the contract, but it is quasi contract is made because somebody should not get undue advantages from others. For example, a minor, you are the caretaker of a minor, and you spend without the knowledge of their parent, you spend some money for the benefit of for feeding the child. So you are supposed to get your remuneration from his parent or his minus money. It is not that you have to pay from your money. So somebody should not take undue advantage. Like I gave you the example, the person A left his box in person B's house, and later on person B has taken care of it. He has spent some money for it, and B is now liable to pay the compensation whatever the person A has done to it. Is it clear?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Anything else? Means it is a quasi contract, means a kind of exactly directly not a contract, but somebody should not take undue advantage. To prevent it, this quasi contract is made. Anything else? Now I'll give you one example. Suppose Ajay asked a taxi wala and taxi man to send a car at 5 o'clock to his house to drop him to airport. Okay. And he promised to pay 500 for it. And the taxi person, he has accepted that one. And later on, yes. Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
The taxi wala next day, he didn't come to his house at 5 o'clock. Now, can Ajay go to the court of law for his compensation? Is it a contract or not? And whether Ajay is has the authority to go to the court of law for get the compensation for it, because he has faced difficulties. He could not reach the airport. He missed his flight and maybe some important meeting. Can he go for compensation? First of all,
Which
whether it is a
contract,
contract or not.
Yes, he can go to the.
It is a contract and it should be personal.
It is a contract. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Whether he is liable to get the compensation, he can go to the court of law.
Yes, he can go to the court.
Yeah, because it is a contract. It is an express contract. He has one party has given offer, then other party he has accepted. It's a clear contract. But whereas he has done the breach of contract, the now aggrieved party Ajay can claim for the compensation. Okay. Is it clear? Okay. One more example I will give. Suppose you must have seen that many of the airlines, they are giving advertisement. Bombay to Delhi, 2,000 rupees. And if you want to book a ticket from Bombay to Delhi, you can call the so and so number, airline number they have given. And next day, the person A just called the airline number that I want to book a ticket from the Bombay to Delhi for 2,000 rupees. The airline people, they said that we cannot give on this 2,000 rupee Bombay to Delhi. It will be more. So now the person he claims that they have given an advertisement, you have given an offer, and I have accepted it. So it is a contract. So you need to give me the ticket for Delhi to Bombay. Is it possible or not?
No.
In this case, what do you feel?
Here there is no contract.
There is no
advertisement is
contract.
given. Advertisement is given one way, and this is one type of request for proposal. It is not
Yes.
proposal basically and accepted by someone.
Okay. Now
So,
here, who is the offerer and who is the offeree here? Because in contract, you have to, there has to be agreement. There has to be offer and offer. You have to give the proposal. Who is the offerer now?
Yes, service
Money.
provider.
Air authority.
Not,
Air
not
Who
authority.
is the offerer? Who has given the offer?
Air
that
authority.
advertisement. No. Actually,
Airline
yes,
or the individual?
science
The
individual
individual.
is going there.
Sorry?
Airline has given just advertisement on this ground. Offer and offeree situation is not arising.
Okay, fine. Now airlines has given advertisement. I want to know that who is offerer? Who is offering the proposal? Either that person or the advertising, the airline.
Airline.
Airline agency.
Airline agency, if he is giving the offer, then this man, he has accepted the offer. That means it's a contract, complete contract. How can you say that's not a contract?
It's placed for proposal by the airlines by way of advertisement, and person is going and asking the proposal.
Exactly.
Here,
Exactly. What has happened here now? You have given the airline number. They have asked that you contract with this number. When you make the contract with the airline, that means you are proposing. You are giving proposal that I want to buy a ticket from Bombay to Delhi. So they have all the right to accept it and reject it. Airline has got all the right to accept it or reject it. If airline, in this case, if you consider the airline has given offer, that means numerous people will call for the Bombay to Delhi ticket, whereas they cannot provide. They have limited seats. So they are just with the advertisement, what they are giving, they are just giving some advertisement that you can offer to them to travel from one place to another or Bombay to Delhi. And if it is accepted by the airline, then only ticket can be given. Is it okay?
Okay, sir.
Any doubt?
Yes.
No, sir.
Anything else you want to know about contract? I
Instrument
hope.
Act. About
Which
the
one?
Instrument Act, I am not very much clear.
Negotiable instrument we have not discussed very deeply because there are a lot of other big laws are there. So I thought better to discuss with law contract. Then company law is the big chapter. Then Factory Act is there. Lot of acts there. So negotiable instrument we have not discussed deeply. If time remains, then we'll discuss about that what is negotiable, different kinds of negotiable acts. Then one question comes in negotiable act. What are the type of crossing of checks? This is very common. You know that if you corner put two lines, crossing of check, all of you must be aware of it. There are different types of crossing, single crossing, double crossing, and you can, in between, you can write account pay, and sometimes particular bank name also to be mentioned. These are the different types of crossing of check. A question comes, what do you understand? What are the different kinds of crossing of checks? Then similarly, promissory note. What is the promissory note? Like in promissory note, you must have seen that I promise to pay this much amount to promise to pay rupees 100, and promissory note it can be found. Sometimes newspaper also, some company they give. If you put that one, so you will be getting 100 rupees. So promissory note, and some other one is bill of exchange. There are difference between bill of exchange, promissory note, and check. We'll discuss if time permits in next class also. After company law, we'll see. Okay, or any particular doubt if you have, then we can discuss it. Okay, first you go through the book at least once. So if you are not able to understand something, you can discuss. We will be discussing next class.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything else?
Okay, sir.
Any other doubts about agency, law, contract? Still, there are not many things which we have not discussed in law contract. So you have to go through the books. Okay.
Okay.
And next time we'll be discussing, next class we'll be discussing Company Act, recently, which is been revised in 2013. Old company law is now revised. So kindly go through the book before coming to the class. If you have some kind of knowledge, then it will be easy for you to understand. So we'll be discussing company law. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir.
I hope now time is over. So
சொல்லுங்க
I will see you tomorrow again.
சொல்லுங்க சொல்லுங்க சொல்லுங்க
Okay.
Sir,
Any
thank you
questions?
so much.
Okay. Thank you.
Sir,
Thank you very much. Tomorrow come go through the book, read company law, and come back tomorrow. Okay. At the same time, we'll see.
எங்க திருவண்ணாமலை வந்துங்க முதல் அங்க இருந்து எவ்வளவு நேரம் முதல் அப்படியா சரி முதல் ஓகே ஓகே நான் வந்துட்டேன் முதல் வந்துட்டேன் ஓகே 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 தேங்க்யூ முதல் வந்துட்டு தேங்க்யூ
Shall we leave now? Okay. Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Thank
then.
you, sir.
Have a nice day.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, good afternoon, all of you. Hello. Camera disable தான் வருது என்னது?
Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, all of you.
Good afternoon, madam. Good afternoon.
Very good afternoon, all of you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, all of you. Can you see my PPT?
Yes.
Yeah.
Clearly?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes, yes. Good afternoon, all of you.
Visible, ma'am.
Visible, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you? My camera is on or off?
Is off, ma'am.
Your camera is off, ma'am. Hello.
Okay, no issue, no issue. Okay, good afternoon, all of you. Let us start the chapter. Have you practiced any problems last class? What we have learned? Unit 1, final accounts. Unit 2, depreciation accounting and ratio analysis. Have you practiced anything else? Yes. Yes, you can speak. Hello, students.
Yes, madam. We tried few problems, madam.
Practiced, huh?
Yes, madam.
Okay, whatever doubts you noted down, the end of the last class. Tomorrow we will discuss if we have time. Okay. Today, let us see Unit 3, Fund Flow Statement and Cash Flow Statement. The Fund Flow and Cash Flow Analysis. So, what is Fund Flow Statement? Fund Flow Statement is also an important statement which we prepare at the end of the financial accounting year. Financial year after preparation of trading profit and loss accounts for auditing purpose as well as to take decision making, internal decision making as well as shareholders point of view. So many decision making to be taken, right? For that, fund flow statement and cash flow statement generally the business concerns will prepare, right? What is fund flow? Fund flow means what? What is fund flow statement? Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, can you please mute everyone, ma'am? Someone is sound is coming and we're not able to concentrate.
Keep silent, then only you can understand. Otherwise, I will disable your mic. Then if you have any doubt, you cannot answer. It is accounting a paper. That is why interaction is very essential. That is why I am enabling your mic. You have to keep quiet and listen. Whenever I am asking questions, that time only you have to answer it. Okay.
Hello.
Listen. So fund flow statement. What is fund flow statement? The statement which is prepared by the business concern. The purpose of what is the sources of fund? That means how the business concern received the finance. What is the sources of finance? So how it is utilized in the business. That is called fund flow statement. Fund means how fund inflow of fund, outflow of fund. Inflow of fund, what is the sources of fund? Outflow of fund, how you have utilized in the business. Say for an example, sources means issue of share capital, getting long-term loans, long-term liabilities. These are all sources of fund. Then what is the how you are utilized? Purchase of machinery, right? Purchase of machinery. Then payment of dividends, payment of interest, payment of taxation. So all these things are repayment of loan. When you are getting loan, that is fund inflow, sources of fund. When you are repaying, that is uses of your fund, uses or applications of fund. That is called fund flow. The statement which we are preparing, what is the inflow of fund, outflow of fund, that is sources or applications or uses. That is called statement of fund flow statement. See here, definition also given here. A statement of sources and applications of fund is a technical device designed to analyze the changes in the financial conditions of your business enterprise between two balance sheet dates. This fund flow statement we usually prepare between two balance sheet dates. So why we have to prepare between two balance sheet date? So we have to see what is the changes of fund between last year and current year. What is the changes? That is called working capital. That is fund flow means which indicates working capital. How the working capital between 2 points or between 2 periods, is it increased or decreased? That changes in working capital, we need to prepare a statement called, that is fund flow statement. Fund flow statement, the main purpose why we are preparing, to know whether the working capital is sufficiently we are available in the business or not. So you suppose if it is insufficient, the business will go for will have to face the financial risk. So that is why working capital is very, very essential. Whether we need to check whether the working capital is sufficient or insufficient. That is why two balance sheet period, the changes of working capital we used to find out. That is called fund flow statement, right? Under fund flow statement, I already told you inflow of fund, that is sources of fund. See here, see this PPT. Uses of issue of shares, issue of debentures, bank loan, sale of fixed assets and investments, operational profits, decrease in working capital. Outflow of fund, there are uses of fund or applications of fund. What are they? Redemption of preference share capital, debentures. Hello? Full screen la irukku. Okay. Fund outflow of funds, redemption of preference share capital or debentures, repayment of bank loan, purchases of fixed assets and investments, payment of taxation and dividend. So if you have your sources, excess of your sources over your uses or applications, that is called increase in working capital. Suppose your outflow of fund is excess than your sources, that is called decrease in working capital, right? So these are all theories. What are the uses and limitations? All these things are theories. What is the difference between fund flow and cash flow? That I will teach you later on. See here.
Ma'am, please the full screen, ma'am. It is showing somehow a little bit.
Full screen, if I put, it is not showing up and down. Somebody is told just before. If I make
showing correctly only. It is showing correctly in full screen.
Yeah.
Is it okay?
This is, yes, absolutely okay.
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 Thank you.
So what is the steps to prepare the fund flow statement? Fund flow statement, there are two statements we need to prepare. One is preparation of fund flow statement, that is sources and applications of fund statement. Another one is statement of changes in working capital we need to prepare. What is the changes of working capital? So the schedule of changes in working capital statement, we need to take only current items. current assets and current liabilities. You have to take the difference. You will get the increase or decrease in working capital. Only you have to take current item in that statement. While preparing in the fund flow statement, you need to take only non-current items, only fixed assets, fixed assets and long-term investments, and then liabilities. That is, liabilities means long-term liabilities and capital, issue of share capital. You should not touch the current item while preparing in the fund flow statement, right? Then next we have to prepare some workings. So what we have to prepare? One is adjusted profit and loss account. Or we need to adjust the profit and loss what we have earned from the financial statement. We need to adjust. Why we need to adjust? We need to find out the true picture of the profit. What is the profit generated or funds generated from your business? How do we find out? Because trading profit and loss account will give you only the what is the net profit. Net profit in the profit and loss account, we used to deduct non-cash and non-trading expenditure. What is non-cash expenditure? Depreciation, goodwill written off, bad debts written off. These are all non-cash expenditure. Non-trading expenditure means commission allowed, discount allowed. So these are all non-trading expenditure or losses. Non-trading income, so that is interest received, dividend received, commission received. These are all non-trading. That is apart from your business activity. Other income also we are adding in that statement. So that will not give you what is the true picture or what is the profit generated from your business. That is why we need to adjust. That is net profit, add non-cash and non-trading expenditure, deduct non-operating income. That is non-trading income, we have to deduct it. So that is the that fund is called as fund, that is funds from operation. That is funds generated or funds from operation. That is very important to find out. For that we can either prepare simple statement, net profit, add this adjustment, deduct this adjustment. Sometimes profit and loss account, debit balance and credit balance will be given. In that case, we need to prepare ledger accounts, that is called adjusted profit and loss account. And then we need to prepare some other ledger accounts also to find out what is the purchases. As for an example, assets, opening balance, closing balance will be given. Depreciation may be given. So we need to find out current year whether some assets purchased or sale of the assets. That we need to find out. For that purpose, we need to prepare some ledger accounts. Let us, while preparing the problem, you will understand, right? See here. So these are the statements we are going to prepare. Then one thing you have to keep it in your mind: treatment of provision for taxation and proposed dividend. Provision for taxation and proposed dividend, that is, so you can treat either current or non-current, whatever it is. If you are treating it as a current, you have to write assumption provision for taxation and provision for taxation and proposed dividend. I assume you to take it as current item. So in that case, that item you have to take only in the statement of changes in working capital. While preparing in that statement, you should not touch anywhere while preparing fund flow statement. Once if you are decided, treat it as a non-current item. Why it is a dilemma? We can assume whether it is a current item or non-current. Taxation, every year we have to prepare. If you go in that assumption, you can take it as a current liability. If you are taking a proposing taxation, that is a provision made for the payment of taxation. In that case, the opening and closing balance will be in your liability side. So in that case, we can take it as a long-term, non-current item. So either you can take current item or similarly proposed dividend also. Every year we need to provide dividend to your shareholder. So if you take in that assumption, that is called current item. When you are generating fund or transferring fund for proposing of your debenture holder, shareholder for dividend, that we can assume it as a non-current item. While preparing, you will understand. See, this is the fund flow statement specimen, that is sources of fund. This is applications of fund. Sources of fund, that is issue of share capital, issue of preference shares, issue of debentures, loan, borrowed, sale of fixed assets, sale of investments, non-trading incomes, funds from operation. That is, these are all sources of fund. Applications of fund, that is purchase of fixed assets, purchase of investments, how you are using, uses or applications of your fund. Redemption means repayment of your debenture, repayment of your loan, repayment of taxation, payment of taxation, payment of dividend, non-trading losses. If you add all these things, if your sources exceeds your applications, that is called increase in working capital, that balancing figure. Suppose your applications of fund exceeds your sources of fund, that is called decrease in working capital. Okay. Next one, I already told you two statements we need to prepare. One is fund flow statement. Another one is statement of changes in working capital. See, this is the changes of working capital. So working capital, we need to prepare particulars column, previous year, current year. You have to write effect of working capital. Effect means changes in working capital, whether increase or decrease. You have to take two period. The 2 period balance sheet figure, that is only you have to take current items, current assets and current liabilities. What is working capital? Net working capital, current asset minus current liabilities are called net working capital. Okay, so previous year, say previous year figure, say for an example 10,000 will be there. Current year it is 12,000. So here whether working capital increase or decrease, you have to write increase. So that there is one assumption. See here, the effect of working capital. This assumption is very important while preparing the schedule of changes in working capital. Okay, so see here, when your current assets increased than the previous year, right? Current assets of the current year, when you are comparing with the previous year, if it is increased, what is the effect of working capital will also increase, right? When your current assets increase, working capital will also increase. When current assets decrease, working capital will also decrease. When your current liability increase, that is reverse effect, right? What is the reverse effect? When your current liability increase, your working capital will decrease. Current liability decrease, your working capital will increase. Okay, this is the very important. What is the effect of working capital due to increase or decrease in current assets and current liability? Okay, you understand these things? Now, this is the pro forma for adjusted profit and loss account. Adjusted profit and loss account, I told you, that is, it is nothing but adjustment of net profit and non-cash expenditure and non-trading losses. You have to add back. You have to deduct only non-trading income. That is the funds generated or true profit. That means funds from operation. Suppose in your balance sheet, opening working profit and loss account balance, opening capital as well as closing profit and loss account balance will be there. So in that case, this ledger account will be very useful. When you are writing the opening profit and loss account, you have to, this is credit balance. Liabilities are always having credit balance. By opening balance of profit and loss account, that is by balance brought down amount, you have to write. Left side, last item, you have to write to closing balance of profit and loss account. So what are the non-cash expenditure? You have to write in the debit side. What is the non-trading income? You have to write in the credit side. So that adjustment, the balancing figure, that is called adjusted profit, or we can say it is a funds from operation. Okay. So what are the items? Non-fund items or non-cash expenditure. What are they? Depreciation, loss on sale of fixed assets, premium on redemption of debentures, this is written off, discount on issue of shares and debentures. These are all non-cash expenditure. Write off intangible asset, that is goodwill, patent rights, trademarks, just write off. So these are all non-cash expenditure. Write off fictitious assets, that is preliminary expenses, advertisements, to provision, appropriation, provide provision, making provision, that is also non-cash expenditure. To transfer to general reserve, debenture sinking fund, proposed dividend, interim dividend, taxation provision. I already told you this provision for taxation and proposed dividend, these two items, if you are treating it as a non-current asset, if you are treating it as a non-current asset or fixed liability. If you are treating it as a fixed liability, these two adjustments will enter both in adjusted profit and loss account as well as fund flow statement. Otherwise, if you are treating it as a current item, you should not take it here. Only it will place in the changes in statement, changes in working capital statement. That you have to keep it in your mind. Then credit side, what are the items will come? Non-fund items, non-trading income. What are they? Interest received, dividend received, refund of taxation, profit on sale of fixed assets, change in stock. So these are all the non-trading incomes. Okay. See here. What are the other? Here I have given other adjustments. What are the adjustments are given? What is the depreciation entry? Journal entry I have written. How it will appear. Okay. While doing problem, I will explain you. Right. So this is the problem will be given. See here. The following summarizes of the balance sheet of Bharat Vijay Limited as on 31/12/2009 and 2010. 9 and 10, 2 years balance sheet figure are given. As liabilities and assets are given, right? So what are these are all adjustments are given. Net profit for the year 40,000 after charging depreciation. During the year, depreciation charged 30,000 on building, 40,000 on machinery. The company purchased during the year building worth is this much. Dividend paid during the year is 20,000. From the above information, prepare a statement of sources and applications of fund for the year 2003. This is 2010.
Hello.
Yes. From the above information, you prepare 2010. Right? 2002. Here also it is wrong. Nine and 10. Here 9. 9. Here 10.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello, others keep silent. Somebody is talking silent. See here, liability side, what are the things are given? Share capital, debentures, profit and loss account, creditors, bank overdraft, provision for taxation. Asset side, going to mute. Keep on talking. See here. Here, 2009 and 10, 2 years balance sheets are given. The liabilities items, current asset side items are given. Let us prepare statement of changes in working capital. So, statement of changes in working capital, we need to take only current assets and current liabilities. Current assets, what are the current assets are given here? Stock, debtors, prepaid expenses. These three items are current assets. Stock, that is 90,000, 80,000. Debtors 1,40,000, 2,40,000. Prepaid expenses 15,000, 25,000. Only these three items are given. So let us see what is the effect or impact of your working capital. When your current asset increase, what is your working capital? Will increase or decrease? 90,000 is the previous year. Current year is 80,000. 10,000 current asset is decreased. So when current asset is decreased, what is the impact of your working capital? Working capital will decrease. So you have to write 10,000 in the decrease column. See next one, 1,40,000, 2,40,000. So 1 lakh is increased. Debtors is increased 1 lakh. So increase effect of working capital is 1 lakh. Increase in working capital. So prepaid expenses 15,000, 25,000, 10,000 increased. So your working capital will also increase. Then come to current liabilities. What are the current liabilities are given? Creditors, bank overdraft, provision for taxation. These three items are current liabilities. So creditors, that is 70,000, 80,000, 10,000 increased. Current liability increased. So what is your assumption? When current liability increase, the changes in working capital will decrease. So you have to write in the decrease column 10,000. Then bank overdraft 25,000, 25,000, no changes, leave it. Provision for taxation. Here, if you are treating it as a current item, don't take anywhere else. If you are treating it as a non-current, you should not take it here. So here, let us write assumption, provision for taxation. Let us assume that it is a current item. Okay, I will teach you both the method, right? So here 30,000, 40,000, 10,000 is increased. When your current liability increase, your working capital will decrease. Now you close this account. So what is your total increase column? 1,10,000. Your decrease column only 30,000. So 1,10,000 minus 30,000. So what is your working capital? Increase in working capital is 80,000. Okay. Working capital is 80,000. Now let us prepare fund flow statement. This is the fund flow statement. Left hand side, sources of fund. Right hand side, that is applications of fund. Sources of fund, what are they? Equity, share capital, debentures, profit. Application of fund side, that is purchase of building. See here, how we have taken, I will teach you one by one. First, let us see non-current item liability side. So what are the non-current? Share capital, debentures. So share capital 3 lakhs, 4 lakhs, 1 lakh increased. That means what? Issue of equity share capital during this year. That means sources, fund. You got finance from through issue of share capital. So that comes in the sources side. Issue of share capital, that is 1 lakh. Okay. The next one, debentures, 2 lakhs, 2,50,000. So here 50,000 you have raised fund through issue of debenture. Suppose if it is an issue of share debenture means sources, you have to write in the sources side. Instead, debenture, if it is given in the current year 1,50,000, previous year 2 lakhs, current year instead of 2,50,000, 1,50,000 is given. That means what? 50,000 you have repayment of debentures or redemption of debentures. So when you are doing repayment or redemption, that will comes under the applications of fund side. Okay. So you have to see what is the effect is given in your balance sheet, right? So then come to the asset side. Buildings, 1,20,000, 2,50,000. Depreciation during the year is how much? Building 30,000 is given. So in this case, we need some ledger accounts for the adjustment of building. Say for an example, building 1,20,000 minus current year depreciation is 30,000. So 1,20,000 minus 30,000 means its value should be 90,000. But what is given in the current year? Instead of 90,000, it is given 2,50,000. That means what? That remaining 1,60,000 purchased during this year. Right? See here the adjustments. See the building account, opening balance. All the assets are having debit balance. While preparing ledger account, asset side, opening balance you have to write in the left hand side. To opening balance 1,20,000. By depreciation of that building, current year depreciation is 30,000. Right? Closing balance is given in your problem 2,50,000. The balancing figure, that is called purchases made during this year. That is to cash or bank account 1,60,000. So purchases means what? You applications of fund. Applications of fund right side. You have to write purchases building. Purchases of building 1,60,000. Okay. Next one. Current balance 2,60,000. So what is the depreciation provided on machinery? 40,000. So 3 lakhs minus 40,000. So 2,60,000 is the closing balance. That means no purchases or no sale of machinery during this year. Okay. See, or you can prepare machinery ledger account. Opening balance 3 lakhs. Closing balance 2,60,000. By depreciation 40,000 is over. Suppose if any balancing figure comes in the debit side, that is purchases of machinery. Credit side, if balancing figure comes, sale of machinery. Okay, so there is no changes in the machinery. So no applications, no sources. Leave it. Then we need to find out funds from operation or funds generated from your operation, or we have to find out adjusted profit and loss account. So how to find out? Net profit is given 40,000. We can prepare either adjusted profit and loss account, or we can prepare a net profit, add non-cash expenditure and deduct non-trading income, or profit and loss account opening balance and closing balance are given. So you can prepare adjusted profit and loss account method, right? So adjusted profit and loss account, this is workings, right? Opening balance, by balance brought down, opening balance is 40,000, right? Closing balance 60,000, right? So what are the expenditure? Non-cash expenditures are given. Depreciation. To depreciation on building 30,000, on machinery 40,000. So totally 70,000. Then what are the other item? Provision for taxation we treated already as a current item. We should not take it in the adjusted profit and loss account. Once you have taken that, you should not take anywhere. But one more thing, dividend paid. Proposed dividend, if it is given in the liability side, this treatment also, once if it is a current item, we should not touch anywhere else. But dividend paid during the year, it is given in the adjustment. So in that case, what you have to write? Dividend once declared, after that only payment will be made. Okay. While declaring dividend, we need to write entry in the adjusted profit and loss account to dividend paid. Okay, 20,000 proposed, that is dividend declared and payment. Okay. While declaring, you have to write in the adjusted profit and loss account. While making payment, you have to write in the applications of fund, that is dividend paid, that is interim dividend or dividend paid, you have to write it here 20,000. Only one item, if it is given in the adjustment, you have to do like this. Okay. Suppose I will teach you both provision for taxation and proposed dividend. If it is given in the adjustment, how to do it in some other problem, I teach you. Okay. So now, what is the any other see your problem? Non-cash expenditure, only depreciation, and then dividend paid. Dividend paid is a declared, but it is not adjusted in the profit and loss account. That is why it is given in the adjustment. So now it will be reduce your profit. That is why we are reducing it. Okay. So here, any other adjustments are there? That's all. Okay. Now you have to close your adjusted profit and loss account. That is balancing figure, that is 1,10,000 funds from operation. So funds from operation or funds generated from operation, where we have to write in the fund flow statement, sources of fund you have to write. That is profit here. This is funds from operation. You have to write it here. This is funds from operation. Funds from operation or adjusted profit. This is 1,10,000. Okay. So now we need to close this account. When you close this account, see here, what is your sources side? What is the user side? See here. Sources side, it is 2,60,000. Application side 1,60,000 plus 20,000. So 1,80,000 deducted. The balancing figure is how much? 80,000. This is the increase in answer. This is the answer. Increase in working capital is the answer. Okay. Do you understand this? See here, second problem. Do you understand the first problem? Any doubt? Hello.
Yes, madam, we can understand.
In the second problem, I teach you if the provision for taxation, if you treat it as a non-current item, how the effect you have to. I will teach you how the effect you have to do. Right. See here in the second problem, prepare statement showing changes in working capital and statement shows us on the applications of fund. Here additional informations, what are the things are given during the year. Taxes and interim dividend given 35,000 and 39,000 respectively. The assets of another company were purchased with 60,000 payable in fully paid equity shares of the company. The assets consisted of stock this much, plant this much, remaining amount was for goodwill. During the year, purchase price is 5,650 for a plant. So these are all the adjustments are given. First, let us prepare the balance sheet. 2 years balance sheet dates are given. That is liabilities and assets are given, right? Let us prepare statements showing changes in working capital. So this is the statement of changes in working capital, right? So changes in working capital. Our students only the பண்ணலனா ரொம்ப சின்னதா தெரியும். இதுதான் நல்லா தெரியுதுன்னு சொல்றாங்களே. இப்படி இருக்கா? இல்ல அது இல்ல. Hello, dear students. Hello, students. Can you see my PPT? PPT lower, that is increase in working capital. I have given in the red. Can you see that?
Yes, ma'am. Increase in working capital. It is showing 31,000, ma'am.
31,000.
890.
Can you see the full screen of PPT?
No.
Yes,
Last line is not visible, madam.
Some of them are saying half of the PPT only is showing. That's what.
Yes,
last line is not visible, ma'am. Increase in working capital below line, ma'am. It is not
below
visible.
line is total amount.
Total amount is not visible, ma'am. Why you teaching? Why you teaching?
Subject line.
Please scroll
Not
down.
visible.
Means it will shows, ma'am. While teaching, you scroll down means because if you keep a small screen means the numbers are very small, ma'am. In mobile we can't able to.
What I do, I try to increase this one.
Ma'am, this format is not visible, ma'am.
This format not visible.
Yes, ma'am.
It is visible only.
No, visible, but numbers we could not see properly, ma'am.
That's why I want to increase this font size. How to increase this?
For laptop users, it's visible, ma'am. Maybe for mobile users, it's not visible.
I'm having laptop. Laptop is visible.
Or laptop
Ma'am, I
also,
think
top
in
and
our
bottom line
mobile,
also cutting.
Oh, now it's good.
ma'am, yes.
Increase your sheet, ma'am. Increase the Excel sheet.
Now can you see? Is it clear picture? Or can you see?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, this better, ma'am.
Clear.
Yes, ma'am. Visible in mobile also.
Full slide you can see,
Clear
right?
it is.
Yes, ma'am. It is visible in mobile also.
Yes,
Yes, ma'am. Visible,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay. See here, second problem. There are a lot of other adjustments are given. First, let us prepare statement of changes in working capital. What is the current previous year 2010 and 2011? What are the current assets are given here? Cash at bank, debtors, sundry advances, stock. These items are current assets. So the amount you have to write current year, current assets, that is stock. See here. In this adjustment, the assets of another company were purchased for 60,000 payable in fully paid equity shares of the company. The assets consisted of stock 21,640, plant this much, and the remaining goodwill. That means the company purchased the another company. While purchasing, they take over some assets, and for that they are paying this company equity share. That is the meaning. Do you understand? So while making takeover, they have taken payable. That is payable means creditors 60,000, and then as current assets they have taken 21,640. Plant and machinery 18,360 worth of plant and machinery they have taken. The purchase consideration is 60,000. That is assets of another company purchase. This purchase consideration of the company is 60,000. So the assets value is 21,640 plus 18,360. How much it is? Difference is goodwill. 60,000 is the purchase consideration. Purchase consideration means purchase price minus these two items, that is called goodwill. Okay. So here stock they have taken over. So that is why here you have to write stock. Previous year there is 0. Current year stock is 21,640. You have to take it here. Okay. So now take the difference between these two items. Wait. The assets of another company were purchased your company. Oh, you have not purchased. You have to understand very clearly. Suppose if you have purchased, here assets you have to add it. Your stock will be added, right? So the another company purchased your company's stock and plant and machinery. For that, you are getting 60,000 equity shares of another company. Okay. So that is why you have to deduct it here. So your stock value previous year it is 1,11,040. Current year 75,730. So decrease in current stock. Your working capital will also decrease. Cash at bank, that is 2,520. 4,820. So increase in working capital. Then sundry advances decrease in working capital. Debtors decrease in working capital. Current liabilities, what are they? Bills payable. What are the things are given? Bills payable, bank overdraft. Let us assume provision for taxation is a non-current item, right? So only these two items let us take. Bills payable, creditors, bank overdraft. Bills payable, creditor, bank overdraft. Creditor, how much is given? 39,000, right, correct. See here. So bills payable reduced. So it decrease in current liability, increase in working capital. So here creditor increased. So decrease in working capital. Bank overdraft is decreased. So increase in working capital. So what is the net working capital is here? 31,890. That is increase in your increase column is 82,945 minus 31,008. Sorry, these amounts if you deduct it, balancing figure 31,890 is the increase in working capital. Okay. So here, let us prepare fund flow statement. Before preparing fund flow statement, we need to prepare adjusted profit and loss account and other ledger accounts to know the value to put in the profit fund flow statement. So here, let us prepare adjusted profit and loss account. The by balance brought down. Opening balance is how much is given? Profit and loss account, that is 39,690 opening balance. Closing balance is 36,220. See here, opening balance by balance brought down 39,690 to closing balance. What are the non-current items? Non-current items, that is, see here, balance sheet side. Reserve. Reserve is 50,000, 55,000. Increase in working capital. That sorry. Previous 5,000 is transferred from your profit. Current year profit 5,000 you have transferred to reserve account. This is also non-cash item. So here you have to write to provision for reserve account or transfer to reserve account. Reserve. Transfer to reserve account 5,000. Then goodwill. Goodwill, how much is given? See the asset side. Opening balance goodwill is dash. Closing balance 19,000. So here also goodwill is there. What is the difference amount? 21,640 plus 18,360 minus 60,000. What is the goodwill? Calculate and tell me. 21,640 plus 18,360 is 40,000. So 20,000 is your goodwill. See here 19,000 are given. See here goodwill. The other company purchased the assets, right? From your assets, they are for that they are paying 60,000. That remaining that goodwill is created. Your company is 20,000, but your balance sheet asset side shows 19,000, right? So 20,000 you have earned. 19,000 already it is there. You can write off the goodwill. So when we are writing off remaining, how much is the balance that is to be written off? So goodwill written off 1,000 you have to write in the adjusted profit and loss account, right? Adjusted profit and loss account you have to write 1,000. Then provision for taxation, I already told you. Now let us treat it as non-current item. When you are treating it as a non-current item, you have to see this is the opening balance, this is the current balance. What is the taxation paid during the year? That is important. During the year, taxation and interim dividend paid 35,000, 39,000. That means opening balance of taxation 40,000. If you are paying 35,000 taxation, what is the proposed tax made during the year? That we need to find out. See here, let us prepare provision for taxation ledger account. This is the provision for taxation ledger account. Opening balance 40,000, closing balance 50,000. When you are paying taxation, what is the journal entry? Provision for taxation account data to cash or bank account for payment. to cash account, to cash or bank account for tax payment, tax paid. 35,000 is given in, this is given in your problem. Okay. So you need to find out what is the provision for taxation made during this year. This is the balancing figure, right? This is balancing figure. Paid, if it is given, you have to find out what is made. Sometimes made will be given in the problem. So you have to write by profit and loss account provision for taxation, that is 45,000. If it is given in the problem, you have to write it credit side. This paid you have to find out. So what is the made during this year? That will comes to the adjusted profit and loss account debit side. Paid will go to user side of fund flow statement. Right? Do you understand? When you are treating provision for taxation as a non-current item, you have to prepare adjustment for provision for taxation ledger account, right? By opening balance to closing balance, right? Debit side, taxation paid, you have to write. Credit side, taxation made during this year. Provision, that is provision made during this year. Right? So this made you have to find out. This amount will come. This amount you have to shown in the profit and loss account debit side. See, profit and loss adjustment account, adjusted profit and loss account, right? To provision for taxation 45,000. You understand? Have you got it? This tax paid will come to the fund flow statement. See here, fund flow statement, application side, tax paid 35,000. Paid will come here, this side. Made, you have to write it here. Suppose adjustment, nothing is given. Here adjustment, tax paid is given 35,000. If nothing is mentioned in the adjustment, paid or made. So in that case, what you have to do, previous year taxation, this 40,000, you treat it as paid during this year. This 50,000 you have to make it as made during this year. Nothing is given in the adjustment. You have to treat like that. Okay. This 40,000 you have to write it in the user side of fund flow statement. 50,000 you have to write it in the adjusted profit and loss account. Okay. If it is nothing is given in the adjustment. Paid or made is given, you have to find out. Paid is given, you have to made find out. Made, if it is given in the problem, you have to find out what is paid. You understand this provision for taxation adjustment? Provision for taxation adjustment, do you understand? If you treat it as a non-current, you have to prepare a provision for taxation account by opening balance to closing balance. Made, if it is given, you have to write in the debit side to bank account taxation paid during this year, that is 35,000. Made, you have to find out this amount, you have to write it in the adjusted profit and loss account. Paid, you have to write under sources or application side of fund flow statement. Do you understand this item? Provision for taxation. Okay, next interim dividend. Interim dividend is given in the adjustment. Interim dividend, whatever given in the adjustment, that will come in the two places. Whatever comes in the balance sheet, it will appear only one places. Interim dividend or dividend paid, if it is given in the adjustment, we have to write in the adjusted profit and loss account debit side as well as in the user side of fund flow statement, right? So see here, interim dividend 39,000 here also, and then applications side also you have to write. Okay. Next, depreciation on building. Is it given anything? Depreciation on land and building, plant and machinery. Two items are given. So 1,48,500, 1,44,250. What is the difference amount? That is depreciation on building 4,250. Or you can prepare ledger account. Depreciation, because there is no purchase, no sale, nothing is given. So that reducing value, let us treat it as if it is building is there, so we can treat it as depreciation. Suppose only land is given, building is not given, value is decreased. That means what? Sale of land. You should not write depreciation of land. Land will not depreciate. Land always will appreciate. Okay. Building, if it is given, you can write depreciation. That you have to keep it in your mind, right? So plant and machinery here 1,12,950 is given. Depreciation is not mentioned what is the amount, but one more item are given in your problem, that is during the year purchase price 5,650 for a plant. You have purchased one plant and machinery. So what is the depreciation we need to find out? Let us prepare ledger account. See machinery account to opening balance 1,12,950. Closing balance is 1,16,200, right? During this year, you have purchased one machinery, that is 5,000 to bank account, 5,650. And then you have purchased some companies' plant and machinery, okay? So 18,360 is the additional purchase of machinery, right? They have to write. So what is the balancing figure? Depreciation. The balancing figure is depreciation 20,760. This 20,760 you have to write under the adjusted profit and loss account, depreciation on machinery. Okay. So now any other items are given? Nothing. So let us close this account. Find out what is the funds from operation. It is called as funds from operation or adjusted profit and loss account, or funds generated from business, that is 1,11,540 you have to write under the sources side of fund. Okay, so now we have to close this account. Here application side, purchase of machinery, and then tax paid during this year 35,000, interim dividend 39,000. So what is the difference is increase in working capital 31,890. The same amount you should get while preparing in the statement of changes in working capital. You will get the same amount. Suppose if there is any difference amount is there, that is you might have done some mistakes. You can understand you have done some mistakes. Okay, this is the answer. 31,890 is the answer. See here 39,890 only. If you have taken current assets and current liability, you will get the same answer. Right? Any doubt in this problem? Fund flow statement? Anybody?
Madam, that share capital.
Yes.
Share capital, there is a difference 60,000.
Please speak loudly. I couldn't hear.
Madam, the share capital.
Share capital.
Yeah.
Share
there is a difference.
Wait. Let us see the share capital. Equity share capital 2,60,000. Generally, share capital, if it is increased, what we do? We have it is issue of share capital, right? Issue of share capital means cash comes in, fund comes inside. Here, we have here what we do? Sources side, fund flow statement, sources side, issue of equity share capital 60,000. We have to write. Your question is correct, but in this case, you have issued share capital 60,000. You have purchased some other company. Company's stock you have taken over 21,640. Plant and machinery you have taken 18,360. Right? So for that you have paid for purchase consideration. You have paid shares value 60,000. Do you understand? You have not issued in cash. You have issued for purchase consideration. So that is why you should not take into here in the sources side. Instead, stock you have taken this 21,640 you have taken stock, right? And then plant and machinery you have taken 18,360. So 18,360 we have added here. See here, plant and machinery side we have added here 18,360. Do you understand this?
So it is not necessary to.
No, will not come. If you have issued in cash, in that case you have to write issue of share capital 60,000. This share capital issued for purchase consideration. Instead of cash, you have taken plant and machinery and stock. Rest is goodwill.
Understand.
Right? Okay.
Okay.
Can I go for a cash flow statement? Cash flow statement is also similar to that. There we are using working capital. Well, in this cash flow statement, we used to take only what cash inflow, cash outflow from the business. This is also we need to find out from two balancing balance sheet period. So assets and liabilities. Here, the statement format is entirely different. See here, this cash inflows and outflows we used to divide into these categories, that is operating activity, investing activity, financing activity, like that. So generally there are two methods are there. Either to go with the activities wise preparation of cash flow statement, or like this is our traditional method of preparation of cash flows method, like fund flow statement, fund flow method how we have prepared, same, right? So here instead of fund flow, here cash flow statement. Here instead of sources of fund, here sources of cash, same thing, fund na. Here applications are uses, right? So only what is the difference between the fund flow and cash flow? You have to start from here, opening cash balance and bank balance. You have to start with opening cash balance and bank balance in the sources side. End with the closing cash balance and bank balance and the uses or application side. That is the difference. But in fund flow statement, we will not take current item in the fund flow statement. But cash flow statement, we have to start with opening cash balance and bank balance, end with closing cash balance and bank balance, cash or bank balance. Okay. Right?
Ma'am, can you put us on mute? Somebody is snoring, I think.
Yes. See here, sources of cash, what are the items will come first? You have to take opening cash balance or bank balance, then sale of investment, say the other items similar to that fund flow statement. How issue of share capital, issue of debentures, sale of assets, sale of fixed assets, raising of long-term loans. These are all sources of cash. So uses or applications of cash, that is purchase of investment, purchases of asset, payment of dividend, so payment of taxation, these things. There you are writing funds from operation, that you will write in the sources side. Here you have to write cash from operation. Suppose cash lost in operation, that is there lost in operation, a user side you have to write. Similar to that, you have to write in the application side cash lost in operation, right? So you need to prepare like this. Only one statement. In fund flow statement, we can prepare two statements. That is schedule of changes in working capital, one thing. Another thing is fund flow statement. In cash flow statement, only one statement we need to prepare. Here we have to find out what is cash from operation. See the adjustments. Here, let it, cash from operation. As usual, how we have find out adjusted profit and loss account for finding funds from operation, the same treatment, same thing. After finding the funds from operation, we need to adjust current assets and current liabilities with the funds from operation, that is called cash from operation. So how to adjust? That is what are the items to be added, what are the items to be deducted. I have given here. I will explain you while doing problem, then only you will understand. Okay. See this problem. 2-year balance sheets are given, liabilities, assets are given. Let us prepare cash from operation or cash flow statement. This is that's why I told you direct method, indirect method, or traditional method. This is traditional method I have prepared. Direct method you have to prepare the statement activities wise. Okay. First one, this is the answer. Solution is cash flow statement we have to prepare. Sources of cash or uses or applications, right? So here opening cash balance you have to start on 4,000. Opening cash balance and bank balances you have to take it 4,000. Closing cash balance you have to write at the end closing cash or bank balances, right? See here, what are the other items? First term, let us take net profit during the year. Is there any opening capital? Not given. Profit and loss account is not given. So here during the year, 26,000 paid as dividend. Provision for tax depreciation, that is 27,000. Opening balance and closing balance are given. Okay. Profit is not given. So this is a proprietary, sole proprietary concern. Opening capital, see here, if it is a sole proprietary concern or partnership concern, opening capital plus add net profit minus drawings, that is the closing capital that we use to prepare final accounts, right? If it is a equity share capital or preference share capital will be given separately. That capital will not be adjusted with that. But sole proprietary concern and then partnership concern, opening capital, we have to adjust net profit and drawings or dividends. That is the closing capital, right? So here, this is a sole proprietary concern. So opening capital is given 1,48,000, closing capital 49,000 are given. So here dividend clue is given 26,000 paid dividend, right? So what is the net profit? You can find out dividend if you opening capital plus net profit minus dividend will be the closing capital, right? I have given here, see here. See, here I have given adjustments. Opening capital plus profit minus closing capital is the, minus dividend is the closing capital. Here, what we have to find out, net profit we have to find out. What is net profit? We do not know. Opening capital is 1,48,000. Closing capital is 1,49,000. What is the difference? 1,000 is the difference. What is the dividend? Dividend is 26,000. So what would be your profit? 27,000. You can see opening capital 1,48,000 plus 27,000 profit minus 26,000 dividend. What is your closing capital? 1,49,000, right? So net profit here we have find out 27,000. So here net profit before taxation, that is 27,000. We need to adjust, add depreciation. Depreciation, what is given in this problem? Depreciation 27,000. Opening balance 27,000, closing balance 36,000. Not during the year depreciation is not given. Provision for depreciation is given. So machinery value, opening balance 80,000, 86,000 are given. So 6,000 we can treat it as a depreciation. No. Here 27,000 opening balance, closing balance 36,000. So this year depreciation, how much you have? See here, machinery account, ledger account, let us prepare. Here, provision for depreciation on machinery is given in the adjustment, not given in the liability side. If it is given in the liability side, we need to prepare separate ledger account for provision for depreciation on machinery account, right? So here, machinery value which is given in the balance sheet, that is after depreciation, that is book value. Book value opening balance is given 80,000. Closing balance it is given 36,000. So open provision for depreciation opening balance you deduct it. Add this closing balance of your depreciation. So this side to opening balance 80,000, closing balance of machinery 86,000. Opening balance of your depreciation 27,000. Closing balance is 36,000, right? Or you can write straight away, instead of these things, depreciation is 9,000. Instead of this, depreciation is 9,000. So 9,000 plus 86,000 is how much? 95,000, right? 95,000. Here, 95,000. Provision for depreciation. You can do that like that also. No, it is not wrong. So here, depreciation for during the year, that is closing balance 36,000 minus opening balance 27,000. That means current year depreciation is 9,000. Okay, this is the current year depreciation. So what is the difference is purchases made during this year machinery purchases 15,000. So here, at depreciation on machinery, you have to write 9,000. Only these two items are here. There is no other non-current and non-cash items are available. Okay. So here, close the find out funds from operation as usual. That is 36,000. Now, after finding the funds from operation, we need to adjust other except cash in hand at cash at bank. You have to take other current assets and current liability. Increase in current asset and decrease in current liability. What is the effect? What should be added? What should be deducted? You have to be carefully keep in your mind. When your current asset increase means, say for an example, loan, short-term loan you are getting. When you are getting loan, what comes in? Cash comes in. So cash flow inflow will increase. Okay, that's so you have to add. Suppose short-term loan you are repaying, it is reduced. That means cash outflow you have to deduct. Okay, so increase in current liability and decrease in decrease in current asset you have to add. Okay, what are the things to be added? Increase in current liability and decrease in, say for an example, stock. Stock, if it is decreased, means what? Sale of your fixed assets. Sale of your stock. So once a sale sold out means what? Cash inflow will increase. So you have to add. You understand the logic? Why we are adding? Why we are deducting? So increase in current liability and decrease in current asset you have to add. So reverse you have to deduct. What is reverse? Decrease in current liability and increase in current asset you have to deduct, right? So you should be carefully keep it in your mind. Funds from operation plus increase in current liability and decrease in current asset and decrease in current liability you have to deduct. Okay. Here. Increase in current asset, current liability and decrease decrease in current asset. You have to add. Okay. Add. Less. What you have to deduct? Increase in current asset and decrease in current liability. Decrease in current liability. Okay. You understand this? Cash from operation. To find out cash from operation, the indirect method. Okay. Do you understand this? Net profit as usual, you have to adjust the non-cash expenditures. So you can find out what is the current year funds from operation. Adjust the current assets and current liability except cash in hand and cash at bank. Cash in hand and bank, you have to write only preparation of cash flow statement. See here, this is the cash flow statement. In this cash flow statement, here opening cash balance, then what are the other items are given as usual? Loan from bank 30,000, 25,000. So 5,000 reduced, but loan from partner 20,000 increased. So this is sources side. Sources of cash, loan from partner 20,000. User side, repayment of bank loan 5,000. This is reduced. Okay. Asset side, building already 50,000, 55,000. So depreciation on building is not given. Increased value. So it is a purchase of building during this year. So purchase means user side. Purchase of building 5,000. Then purchase of land 20,000, 30,000. So 10,000 purchase of land. Then purchase of machinery we have calculated in the adjustments, that is 15,000. Okay. Then payment of dividend is given in the adjustment, that is 26,000. We have to write it here. Payment of dividend, that is 26,000. Right. And then cash from operation we have calculated here. 40,600, that is the cash from operation. You have to write it here. Then now your cash flow statement will be tallied. There will not be any balancing figure. In fund flow statement, there will be a excess sources or excess uses. Excess sources, that is called working capital, increase in working capital. Excess uses means that is decrease in working capital. Here working capital will not come. Instead, that is opening cash and bank balances, closing cash and bank balances will come. Your cash flow statement will get tallied. Do you understand this? Do you understand this cash flow statement? Hello, dear students.
Yes, madam, we can.
Do you have any doubt in cash flow statement? Let us see one more problem in the cash flow statement, right? Can we see this problem also? See this problem. The adjustments are given, balance sheets are given. You have to prepare cash flow statement. Cash flow statement, you write sources of cash or sources. Right side, applications or uses. You have to start with opening cash balance, end with closing cash balance. Closing cash as well as bank balance. Okay. Then what are the remaining items as usual? How you are treating in fund flow statement? Same thing you have to take. Share capital, no changes. Then fixed assets, there is no long-term loan is not given. Mortgage loan. See, mortgage loan, Current year it is 2,70,000. So sources side, increase of mortgage loan. See here, 2,70,000. You have to write in the sources of cash. Okay. Then fixed assets 4 lakhs, 3,20,000. Fixed assets, anything is given. Fixed assets 10,000. Costing was sold for 12,000. And the profit was in part of the machinery. You have sold, okay, 10,000 worth of machinery. You have sold 12,000. The profit is also included. Come to know what is the purchases or sale of fixed asset, and then depreciation amount also we need to find out, right? Leave this one. Investment, if you are treating it here 50,000, 60,000. This investment, if it is a, you see the whether it is a short-term investment or long-term investment. If it is a short-term investment or trade investment, if it is given, it is a short-term investment. You see the amount value, if it is a lower value, you can take it as a current asset. Higher value, let us assume it is a long-term investment. Let us treat it as non-current asset. Okay. So see here, investment amount is higher, 50,000, 60,000, higher value. Let us treat it as non-current, right? So non-current means 10,000 increase, that is purchase of investment. Let us write in the user side, purchase of investment. That is how much it is, 10,000. See here, investment also adjustment is given. Investment costing 8,000 were sold for rupees 8,500. So 8,000 worth of machinery you have sold, investment. Say any shares or bonds, whatever it is. So here we need to prepare ledger accounts. See here, let it be investment account. You see the investment account, opening balance 50,000, closing balance 60,000. How much you are selling? Sold out one investment. It is 8,500. 8,000 worth of machinery. Worth of investments, shares or whatever it is. It's 8,500 you have sold off. Okay. See here, 8,000 worth of investment you have sold for 8,500. 500 profit. That profit might be included in the profit and loss account. That will let us eliminate later on. See here, investment account by bank. That is when you are selling off, what is the entry? Cash or bank account data to investment account. So by cash or bank account, that is sale 8,500 you have to write. So here when you are closing this account, this 500 is profit. You have to write to profit and loss account 500, that eliminate that profit. So remaining is this balancing figure is purchases of investment. Another purchases you have made. This is the balancing figure, 18,000. So purchases of investment you have to write in the sources side. Purchases of investment write in the application side. Sale of investment you have to write in the sources of cash. 8,500 is sold out. 18,000 purchased. Okay, investment, do you understand? Then fixed assets, ledger account, let us prepare. Fixed assets, opening balance 4 lakhs, closing balance 3,20,000. You have sold part of the fixed asset, that is 12,000, but its cost value is, book value is 10,000. 2,000 is profit. You have to write to profit and loss account 2,000. So remaining balancing figure, that is called depreciation made during this year on fixed assets. So this depreciation and profit on loss on sale of machinery, profit on machinery, you have to adjust in the adjusted profit and loss accounts, right? Adjusted profit and loss account, opening balance is 56,000. See here, profit and loss account, opening balance 56,000, closing balance 68,000. See here, opening balance by balance 56,000, closing balance 68,000. Provision for taxation, once you are treated, here there is no question of current item or non-current item. While preparing the cash flow statement, provision for taxation and proposed dividend adjustment you have to write under the adjusted profit and loss account as well as in the cash flow statement, right? See here, provision for taxation 75,000, 10,000 are given. Is any adjustments are given for provision for taxation? Is nothing is given. Here 9,000 is given. Yes, right. Provision for taxation. Let us prepare ledger account. 75,000 given. Okay. Closing balance 10,000 is given, right? So 9,000 what is given? Made or paid? You should be very careful. Tax provision made. It is given made. Made means you have to write. See here, by profit and loss adjustment account, that is made. Provision means made during this year. Made. Right? So that we have to write 9,000. So what is the tax paid during this year? The balancing figure. To cash or bank account. Tax paid account 74,000. So tax paid, where we have to write application side. Payment of taxation 74,000. This made, where you have to write, made you have to write in the adjusted profit and loss account, that is provision for taxation made, right? Made you have to write 9,000 in the adjusted profit and loss account. Then general reserve, see general reserve 3 lakhs, 10,000. 10,000 transferred from your profit. It is a non-cash item. You have to adjust under the adjusted profit and loss account 10,000. Depreciation on fixed assets we have calculated here fixed asset is 70,000 depreciation. Okay, that you have to write it here. And then profit on sale of investment 500. Profit on sale of fixed assets you have to write out. This is profit from non-trading income. Sale of profit. That is why we are crediting here by profit on sale of investment 500, profit on sale of fixed assets you have to write it. Now you have to find out what is the adjusted profit or funds from operation, right? Funds from operation you got it, that is 98,500. After finding the funds from operation you have to adjust. What you have to adjust? Current assets you have to adjust. How to adjust? Add. What should be added? Increase in current liability and decrease in current asset you have to add. Okay. So increase in, you see here this problem, liabilities, anything increased in current liability, creditor is decreased. Only one item. So decreased will not come. So stock, any assets, current assets decreased, stock is decreased. So decrease in current asset is to be added. Cash inflow increase. So 30,000 you have to add. Debtor is increased. Debtor increased means you have to deduct. Okay, see here. Decrease in stock you have to add. Less decrease in creditor you have to deduct. Increase in debtor you have to deduct. So the after adjusting this thing, that is you are getting cash lost in operation. Decrease in debtor is more, 2,10,000, here 4,55,000. So your cash lost in operation is 1,50,500. Cash from operation means that will shown in the sources side, right? So here we have to write not particular. See here, cash flow statement, sources side. If it is a cash from operation, you have to write sources side. Sources are application side, right? You have to enter opening cash balance, closing cash balance. Your cash flow statement will get tallied both the side. There will not be any balancing figure. There will not show any working capital. Only fund flow statement, that balancing figure will be shown, that is increase or decrease in working capital. For cash flow statement, you have to prepare like this. Do you have any doubt in this? Yes. Dear students, do you understand this cash flow statement and fund flow statement? In theory question, they may ask you what is the difference between fund flow and cash flow, right? Sometimes they may ask you what is the how to calculate funds from operation, how to calculate cash from operation, and then how to prepare schedule of changes in working capital. What is the uses and limitations of fund flow statement and cash flow statement? These are all the theory questions you have to study. This unit is over. Fund flow statement and cash flow statement. Okay. Any doubt? Can we go for next one? Yes. Your mic is enabling, right? Can you speak? Anyone?
Yes, madam.
Do you understand any? And do you have any doubt? Can we go for next one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Can you see the entire PPT? Dear students, can you see my entire PPT? This one, Unit 4.
No, madam.
Okay.
No.
Unit 4 is marginal
visible.
costing and cost volume profit.
We can't
Cost
see
Madam,
volume.
nothing.
Ma'am, no PPT.
Madam, nothing is visible.
No PPT. Not
Wait.
visible.
I share it. Can you see now?
Yes, madam.
Yes. Yes, no.
Refresh it.
Yes, ma'am.
Right?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Here in Unit 4, let us see marginal costing and cost volume profit analysis. Marginal costing, what is marginal costing? What marginal cost means, that is the cost, additional cost of producing additional unit. It is nothing but additional cost of producing additional unit. That is called marginal costing. That means certain up to a certain level. You know what are the classification of cost? Fixed cost. We can classify the cost under various heads, right? Fixed cost and variable cost. What is fixed cost? What is variable cost? Fixed cost means remains constant at a particular level of your capacity, right? Say for an example, if you are taking one room for let us take one room for taking classes, right? 100 students can sit in that room. Beyond 100, we have to go for next one more room. This 1000, we are paying 1000 rupees rent for one classroom, right? So maybe a one student sitting in the classroom, we have to pay 1000 rupees. 50 student, 10 student or 70 student, till 100 student, we have to pay same 1000 rupees. No need to pay again, right? More. That is called fixed cost. Fixed cost remains constant up to a certain level of activity. That is maximum level of capacity of the business. What is variable cost? Variable cost means vary with the volume of output. The cost will be vary. How it will be vary? Say for an example, production cost, that is material, direct labor, direct overheads. That is how much material is cost you are producing. 1 unit if you produce, you have to incur only that much of material cost. 10 units if you are incurring, only 10 unit of input raw material you have to incur. Or if you are producing 100 units output, 100 units of input is required, right? So the material cost, labor cost, and then direct overhead cost, direct material, direct labor, direct overheads. These costs are relating to vary with the volume of output. When you are increasing your volume, your profit will, your expenditure will also increase. If you are decreasing your production, automatically your cost will also decrease. That is called variable cost. Okay. So marginal cost under that appear beyond certain level. You have to take some decision making as a manager point of view. Whether what is the company's break-even point? Break-even points one means what? Up to a certain level of production, your total costs are equivalent to your total revenue. That means that at that point, zero profit or loss. Okay, that is called break-even point. We used to say it is a break-even point. Beyond certain level, whatever the fixed cost, no need to incur. It is already incurred, right? So based upon that variable cost, that you have to incur. So whether you are increasing profit, that is called, you can say as a marginal revenue, right? So when your margin increases, we can take decision making. Yes. Right. So marginal costing, what is marginal costing? It is a ascertainment of marginal cost with the effect of changes in volume of type of output. That is generally marginal costing, we used to say additional cost of producing additional units produced. That is called marginal cost. See here, the amount of any given volume of output by which aggregate variable cost are changed. If the volume of output is increased by 1 unit, in practice this is measured by total variable cost attributable to 1 unit. Marginal cost can be called as prime cost and variable overhead. Marginal cost includes variable cost, direct cost, and the other variable overheads, right? Contribution, we used to say contribution. Contribution means sales minus variable cost is called contribution, right? This is the marginal cost statement. Product cost, that is direct material, labor and expenditure, and inventory cost. Then what is the fixed cost, that is profit and loss account. This is marginal costing statement. This is not required. This cost volume profit analysis, CVP analysis. CVP analysis is very, very important for decision making. So what are the decision making here we can take? This is this marginal costing, we can use it as a technique or tool. We can use it for taking decision making. What kind of decision making? Changes in selling price. Suppose, hello, listen. You have to find.
Ma'am, please unmute everyone. Sorry, mute everyone.
See here, what is the impact of your various changes on profit? That is changes in selling price, changes in volume of sales, changes in variable cost, changes in fixed cost. These are what are the changes we will see while doing the problem. Marginal cost equation is sales minus variable cost is equal to contribution. See here. Sales minus variable cost is equal to contribution. Contribution is equal to fixed cost plus or minus is it profit or loss. Profit means plus, loss means minus. Okay. Let us see some problems. You will understand this. This is the marginal cost statement. contribution formula, PV ratio is equal to contribution divided by sales into 100. That is profit volume ratio. Profit volume ratio is the ratio between or proportion between sales and contribution, right? Break-even sales, break-even analysis. I already told you there is no profit, no loss. At that point, zero profit or zero loss. That means total cost are equivalent to your total revenue. That is called break-even point. Formula for break-even point is fixed cost by contribution per unit or fixed cost by PV ratio. We can use any formulas. Fixed cost by PV ratio or fixed cost by contribution per unit. See this problem. Let us do some problems. Can you see this one? Pepsi company produces a single article, that is selling price per unit 40 rupees. Marginal cost per unit is 24 rupees. Fixed cost per annum 16,000. Calculate PV ratio, break even sales, sales to earn a profit of rupees 2,000, profit at sales of rupees 60,000, new break even sales if price is reduced by 10%. Okay, so let us calculate first one, PV ratio. PV ratio means what? The relationship between contribution and sales, right? Contribution by sales into 100. Contribution is what? Sales minus variable cost. Sales is 40 rupees per unit. Marginal cost is nothing but variable cost, right? So 24 rupees. 40 minus 24, that is contribution. 16 rupees. How much it is? 16 rupees divided by 40. So PV ratio is 40%, right? What is break-even point? Break-even sales, what is the formula? Fixed cost divided by contribution per unit, or we can say PV ratio. 16,000 divided by 40%. Divided by 40% means 40 into 100. Answer is 40,000. Break-even sales is 40,000. If you want to say in number of units, that is fixed cost by contribution per unit. That is fixed cost is 16,000. Contribution per unit is 16 rupees, right? 40 minus 24, that is 16. Contribution per unit is 16. So 16,000 by 16 per unit is number of units is break-even point. The number of units is 1,000 units. Right? We understand this? This is the answer. If you want to say break-even sales in rupees, that is 40,000 rupees. This is break-even sales. Break-even sales. Okay. You understand this, all of you? Next one. Next question, what is given? Sales to earn a profit of rupees 2,000. So if you want to estimate, if you want to earn your anticipating profit 2,000 rupees, you want to increase your profit. So what would be the sales? Estimation of sales. How to calculate? So here answer is fixed formula is fixed cost plus expected profit divided by PV ratio. This is the formula. Sales to earn a profit of rupees some amount. Expected profit. So the formula is fixed cost plus expected profit divided by PV ratio. Fixed cost already it is given in your problem 16,000 plus expected profit is 2,000 divided by PV ratio is 40%. So 18,000 divided by 40%. If you want to say in rupees, sales, your sales is sales rupees 45,000. If you want to say in rupees, if you want to say in number of units, that is 1,125. That is 18,000. You can say See here. 18,000 divided by contribution per unit is 16 rupees. So number of units is 1,125 units. Okay. The next question. Profit at sales of rupees 60,000. If your sales is 60,000, what would be your profit? Okay. What would be your profit? See here. Sales into PV ratio, that is called contribution. Sales is 60,000 into 40%. Your contribution is how much? 60,000 into 40%. Contribution is 24,000, right? Your fixed cost is given in your problem, that is 16,000. We do not know profit. We have to find out profit. So what is 1,000 if you deduct? Profit is 8,000. This is the answer. When your sales is 60,000, profit will be 8,000. Okay. Right. Next question, what is given? New break-even sales if price is reduced by 10%. If price is reduced by 10%, what is your break-even point? New break-even point. What is your selling price? Selling price per unit is 40 rupees, right? So 40 rupees into 10%, reduce it. 10% is 4 rupees. So if you reduce it, selling price now 36 rupees. But the cost is not changing. Only selling price is changing. Okay, so what is the cost is, marginal cost is 24 rupees same. So 36 minus 24, your contribution is 12 rupees. So what is your PV ratio? Contribution is 12 divided by sales is 36 into 100. So your PV ratio 33.33%. What is your new break-even point? Fixed cost by PV ratio. Fixed cost is 16,000 divided by 1/3. You can say 1/3 or 33.33. So 16,000 divided by 1/3 means multiply by 3. So 48,000 is your break-even point. New break-even point is new break-even sales. New break-even sales is 48,000. Do you understand this, all of you? Okay. Let us see. Next problem. See here, from the following information, find out PV ratio, sales, margin of safety. PV ratio, what is given? Fixed cost is given, profit is given, break-even point is given. So with this information, we need to find out PV ratio. How to find out PV ratio? See here, what is our marginal costing equation? Sales minus variable cost is equal to fixed cost plus profit, right? Sales minus variable cost is contribution. Contribution we do not know, but fixed cost plus profit we know. Here is are given. Fixed cost plus profit is 40,000 plus 20,000, right? 60,000. So your contribution is 60,000. Sales we do not know. So we cannot find out PV ratio. We can find out PV ratio with the help of break-even point. Break-even point formula is fixed cost by PV ratio, right? Fixed cost is 40,000. PV ratio we do not know, right? That we have to find out. Is equal to break-even point. Answer is given 80,000. So if you take out the PV ratio outside, right? So what is the answer? 40,000 divided by 80,000, that is 50%. Your PV ratio is 50%. Then what is your sales? Your PV ratio 50% means sales how much? That is your contribution is 60,000. 40,000 plus 20,000 is profit. Fixed cost plus profit is contribution equation, right? So 60,000 divided by 50% is your PV ratio. So what is your sales? Sales is 1,20,000. Okay, 60,000 divided by 50 into 100, right? Then margin of safety. What is margin of safety? Margin of safety is nothing but actual sales minus break-even sales. That is called margin of safety. Actual sales is 1,20,000 is we have calculated here. Break-even sales given in your problem 80,000. So margin of safety is 40,000. Okay. Understand this? Then see this problem. 2 periods sales and 2 periods profit or cost. If it is given, how to calculate PV ratio break-even point. This kind of problem is very, very important, will be given in the examination point of view. See this. See here, 2 period sales and profits are given. So 2010-11. So how to find out PV ratio? Formula, difference between 2 years profit. Difference between 2 years profit divided by difference between 2 years sales, right? So what is the formula? Difference PV ratio is equal to, we can say, change in profit divided by change in sales. This is the formula. Change in profit divided by change in sales into 100, right? If 2 different periods, if it is given, we have to calculate like this. This is the formula, right? Now, change in profit. What is the change in profit? 13,000 minus 8,000. What is the difference? 5,000. What is the difference? 5,000. Change in sales is 20,000 into 100. So PV ratio is 25%. Second question, break even point. Break even point, what is the formula? Fixed cost by PV ratio. Fixed cost you have to find out. It is not given in the problem. So how to find out your fixed cost? How to find out? Now let us take this equation. Fixed cost is, that is contribution, is equal to sales into PV ratio, that is contribution, right? Contribution minus profit, we can take it as fixed cost, right? So here any year sales, take any year sales and profit, right? Any year sales, if you take, say, for 1,20,000 is sales, if you have taken, what is your PV ratio? 1,20,000 into 25%, that is contribution is 30,000. Contribution minus same year profit you have to deduct. 30,000 minus 8,000. So profit is fixed cost is 22,000. Even if you take this sales also, 1,40,000 if you are taking, what is the 25% on 1,40,000? 1,40,000 into 25%. You will get the same. That is 35,000, right? 35,000 minus 13,000. 35 minus 13, that is 22,000. Fixed cost will be the same. Any year sales you can take, right? So now fixed cost is 22,000 divided by PV ratio is 25%. So break even sales is 88,000. The next question, profit when sales are rupees 1,80,000. So when your sales is 1,80,000, what is your profit? So similarly, you have to take contribution into 1,80,000 into 25%. Your contribution is 45,000. Less fixed cost we have calculated here 22,000. Profit is 23,000. The next question, what is given? Sales required earn a profit of rupees 12,000. That is expected profit. If you want to earn 12,000 additional profit, what would be the sales? So fixed cost plus expected profit divided by PV ratio. Fixed cost is 22,000 plus expected profit 12,000 divided by PV ratio. The answer is 1,36,000 is the sales. Margin of safety. Margin of safety in the year 2011 they are asking. So to 1 lakh actual sales, so 1,40,000 minus break-even sales is 88,000. So in the year 2011, margin of safety is 52,000. In the year 2010, margin of safety, if they ask, what is the answer? 1,20,000 minus break-even sales 88,000. So how much it will be? 32,000. Okay. So this kind of problem definitely will be given in 10 marks question. Sometimes 6 marks question also they may ask in small thing, right? These are the very important problems, basic problems in the marginal costing. And then there are applications. Applications are decision making problems in the marginal costing. It may ask in the 20 marks problem. 20 marks case study, they may ask you this decision making problem, that is marginal costing applications. Decision making, what are the decision making? You can take profit planning, that is profit planning, how much we can earn profit for the future, like that. Then key factor or limiting factor. Suppose where machinery or labors are a limiting factor, that is limited sources. So you are producing 3-4 kind of products. So which product, if you produce maximum, you will get maximum profit. So that is the key factor or limiting factor. You have to find out decision. You have to take decision making. Then make or buy decision. Make or buy decision is nothing but where your additional parts you may produce in your factory itself, or the same part you can buy from market. Say for an example, you are having car manufacturing. Tire you can manufacture by yourself or you can buy from outside. So which is lower, that you have to take decision making under the using of marginal costing technique. Then accepting or rejecting the export order. Export or a foreign order. The domestic market, your selling price may be higher, but when you are accepting the foreign market, they may offer you lower price. So that lower price, will you accept or not? So how will you take decision making? That is the marginal costing technique we have to use. How to take whether to accept or rejecting that one. Shutdown or suspending the activity. Shutdown means if you may have 3-4 units. So one unit is going on loss. So you have to take decision making whether to shut down that unit or we have to continue with the help of marginal costing. This decision making problem, let us see tomorrow, because there are a lot of problems I have prepared here. 20 marks question they may ask you. So this one I will teach you tomorrow. And then unit 5 is cost sheet, preparation of cost sheet, and then one more thing, variance analysis. These things we will see tomorrow 2 hours, right? Do you have any doubt in this? You have to practice. Hello, dear students. Hello. Hello.
Yes, okay.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Do you understand? Any doubt? Your mic is unmuted. You can open your mic and talk. These PPTs are available in our website under Accounting for Manager. You can download it and practice. If you have any doubts, you mark it. Tomorrow, 2 hours, let us have the same time, 2 to 4. Let us complete tomorrow this decision making marginal costing, as well as cost sheet, and then variance analysis. Okay. Okay, can we wind up? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, all of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Form দুখন লৈ গলে
இதை எடுத்துட்டீங்கன்னா இப்போ
নহয় ফৰ্ম দুখন লৈ আহিব মই উঠালা বুলি কোৱা নাই
Hello, ma'am.
इतना प्यार নাই নাই মোৰ কথা কৈছো হ'ব
அவங்க அந்த ப்ரொஃபசர் எப்போ இந்த ஆண்டி சுடிதார் போட்டுன்னு போனியா நீ அதான் நான் சொல்லியிருந்தேன் ஆனந்தி மாதிரியே தெரியுது எனக்கு பின் பேக் அப்படி போய் மறைஞ்சிட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம்